and we're going to be focusing on both of their games because it's time to get this final underway with session 1 so we can talk to Rob Walker.
What an extraordinary run for a player with an extraordinary temperament. For 2 long weeks, he's been nerveless, beating multiple champions en route to the first major final of his career. He's the 6th Welshman to make it this far. He's bidding to become only the 3rd qualifier in Crucible history to lead and live the big one. Always calm, always composed, the silent assassin, Jack Jones. His opponent back for a 2nd world final after incredible form. For 15 days, his game has risen to another level, and he will believe this is his time to shine. In the final 4 years ago, COVID denied him a rousing reception. So this time, let's make sure he hears the roar. Here comes the one and only warrior, Kyren Wilson.
We've had to wait 16 days for this. It's seed versus qualifier, England versus Wales, Kyren versus Jack. 2 curious, 2 pugilists. What happens when a warrior meets a silent assassin? It's time to find out.
The sun is shining on Sheffield today, but who will be basking in glory come tomorrow night? It's a matchup nobody predicted when this great event began. Kyren Wilson and Jack Jones for the World Championship title. Best of 35 frames, and it starts right here, right now, inside a packed Crucible. Customary photos with the trophy, and also Paul Collier, the referee, refereeing his last match on tour. What a way to go out. So, a hush descends. 8 frames this afternoon as this 35-frame match gets underway.
The first frame, Jack Jones to break.
Jack Jones, the world number 44, he had to win 2 qualifying matches to get to the Crucible in his first ranking final at the World Championship. And Kyren Wilson, who was runner-up to Ronnie O'Sullivan 4 years ago here, when the final was sparsely attended because of the pandemic. But this is what both of them have been dreaming of course, all their lives, to play in an occasion like this with a chance to win the famous silver trophy and the £500,000 first prize. Wilson starting favourite, but Jack Jones has been beating the favourites along the way. It's a fascinating match, this. Looking forward to it, as I'm sure you are, Neil, as well.
Yeah, it was certainly not the match we expected, but we've been saying that from the semi-final stages, that we're going to see something that was unexpected, unusual. But to see a first-time winner, and we know we're going to have one this year, it's quite an occasion, isn't it, really? And Jack Jones just seems as if whatever is thrown at him, he's got the answers.
Well, from Wilson's point of view, he's actually been in the final. There's actually 8 players who've lost a world final and then won one, so that experience may be a help, but of course it's a different scenario for him. He wasn't at all favoured to beat Ronnie O'Sullivan. He is the favourite here. Jack Jones has been sort of shredding the form book, shredding the betting odds all through this tournament. What a story for him. Remember, he'd only been in one ranking semi-final before this tournament. Now here he is in the World Championship final. A lot of great players had never made it this far in this tournament. Just caught the blue there, but only thin. First time since 2005. when Sean Murphy played Matthew Stevens that were guaranteed a new winner from the final. As Wilson lines up the first long red here.
Kyren Wilson's long game has been very good all the way through those early rounds. The match, especially with John Higgins, did the damage early with some great long pots to get in. Well, that's a pretty good start, isn't it? He knocked the red up the table, but landed nicely on a different red, so it's a long match, but you can set the tone at an early stage.
9.
He's been saying for some years he believes he'll win this tournament. I think he does have that self-belief. You need more than that, of course, but it's a great asset to have. He's been trying to do everything right. He's been having hypnotherapy to help him sleep, help him relax.
16.
Yes, and as you say, he's done a lot of things to make that happen. It's one thing believing you're going to win something. It's like saying you believe you're going to win the lottery. You're probably not going to. But in this case, he's gone a long way, a lot of lengths to make it happen.
Well, this is a bit more high profile than their first meeting, which was at the Q School in 2011. They're both
24.
off tour, both trying to get back on. Wilson was 3-0 down, he won 4-3. Neither actually got back on that year. It's been a long road, of course, for both. If we look at his results there, 26 frames he's lost in this tournament.
25. $30.
I think the thing about a long match like this is
31.
you can start well, you can play well, but you are going to have a period of play where you're not at your best. Otherwise, you'll sort of win it 18-3 as we saw one year, but generally speaking, you're unlikely to play well the whole way through. You've got to ride the bumps a little bit, but the good play will speak for itself. Instantly, the 18-3 I was
36.
referring to, if you're not familiar with it, was in 1989. Steve Davis beat John Parrott by that scoreline, but rarely would you get anything so extremely one-sided as that. So you've got to accept the bumps in the road, I think. That's okay. He was very hopeful it would stop in time, that cue ball, and it did. Using the trusty rest for this shot, of which he's one of the best players with that implement in the world. Maybe putting the curse on him by saying that, but in general he's very good, and common knowledge that he is. How's this one going to fare? Same as all the others. Never in doubt.
There's the Wilson family, sons Finlay and Bailey, and his wife Sophie. Bailey's actually wearing John Higgins' bow tie from the quarterfinals. John gave it to him because he's a big snooker player himself. Because Kyren beat him there.
.48.
Yeah, and you can see on the right-hand side there, Barry Stark. Kyren's parents on the left, but on the right, Barry Stark, who was his coach from a young age. Well, it's a confident start, isn't it? He was left the long red. Jack Jones played a safety, just brushed the blue, which meant the cue ball didn't quite travel towards the baulk cushion.
.56. .57.
In terms of Kyren Wilson's snooker education, it was helped by his actual education. He used to get Fridays off school to go and play at a snooker academy. Very understanding headmaster, but it's all worked out for the best, hasn't it?
That's a good shot as well. He's right in behind the red now. He might have to stretch over
59.
a little bit. Not really had a look in after that safety shot Dave mentioned, which just went slightly wrong.
60.
I find it very interesting with someone like Kyren Wilson. He'll put the extension on his cue and stretch across instead of using the rest. So even though he's a great rest player, clearly he still would prefer not to use it if he can put his hand on the table. It's a good start. I mean, it's one frame in a lot of frames, but he looks absolutely sharp. And this opening red was very well played. The cue ball, I like the way the cue ball bounced off the cushion for the black, as planned. So it's
68.
a chalker frame on the board already. Clearly, Jack Jones trailed 3-0 and probably should have been 4-0 against Stuart Bingham. So he knows that his chances will come, but not in this frame.
.76.
No, he's been kept cold. There's a long red. Oh, little cannon. The last World Final that started with the century was back in 1993.
83.
Stephen Hendry against Jimmy White.
Yes, he's still going to do well to make the century, though, to add to that list. A couple of awkward reds, which you'll need to pot them both. The one to middle is acute, but I tell you, the cue ball could not have landed better in behind it. Anywhere else,
90.
it would be very difficult. But I suppose if he does pot it, he runs through on the blue and then the red down the cushion as a right-handed player. Or even from that angle, I don't know if he can move it out. I think he's got to play off the cushion. It's not quite right to knock the red out without playing a bit of stun. It's a great effort, isn't it? What a shot. It's the shot of a man who's in very good form, that last one. And he's not missing with the rest anytime soon either.
Well, he said how well he's been sleeping, but this is not a dream, Kyren. You've started the World Final like this. So this blue to kick off with a century. Superb. What a start for Kyren Wilson. laying down a marker right from the off here.
102.
It's his 5th century here at the Crucible this year.
Been
so quiet all season, just one semi-final in Germany. Missed several events because he hasn't been qualifying for them, hasn't been high enough in the rankings, but it's all come together, hasn't it, over the last 17 days?
$116.
Jack Jones has been just a spectator, really, since that safety shot he played left the chance.
122.
So we're off and running in this year's World Championship final. And Kyren Wilson has hit the ground running with a magnificent total clearance of 129.
Thank you. The 2nd frame. Kyren Wilson to break.
So Kyren Wilson gets frame 2 underway of a possible 35. They play a total of 17 today, so someone will be in front overnight. Jack Jones just didn't have anything to go at in that first frame. What a story for him. He came here, you know, when he was 15. He played in junior pot black. They played it here at the Crucible. He lost to Ross Muir. A few years later, won the European under-19s. He was European champion as well. But what he's done here is already incredible. He'll be in the top 16 either way. Even if he loses, he'll be 14. If he wins, he'll be number 6.
I mean, Jack Jones' record here at the Crucible, before today, played 7 matches here and won 6 of them. Yeah, it's a remarkable record, isn't it? It was Mark Allen who took a long time to dislodge him last year here. Mark Allen now the world #1, so all the boxes are ticked for the performances he's been putting in. And for some reason, people still slightly underestimate him, I think. Maybe that's going to have to stop. If it doesn't stop now, when will it? He's a 16 player, top 16. I don't think this man will underestimate him somehow. I think he's got away with that. The red was out of control. It could have gone anywhere, but he hasn't left it. And one frame is a very small sample size, but Jack Jones will get opportunities aplenty over the next 2 days to win frames.
What a picture, the Crucible Theatre. This actually is a historic final. It's the first world final between two players born in the 1990s. If anyone picked this before the tournament began, we want evidence, basically, that you did.
It's an interesting point, isn't it, about the players born in the 90s. I mean, you'd never write any of the class of 92 off, but is it now just the point that younger players are going to win this? Luca won it last year, age 28. I mean, it's quite difficult, isn't it? Bingham looked quite exhausted, I thought, yesterday. And, well, he was broken by Jack Jones, quite frankly.
There's Jack's dad there, Colin, who has been with him obviously all the way on this journey.
Nice shot, as played. Played a good shot there. He's asked a question of Kyren Wilson, who I think can get through perhaps to see a red, but not to see a thin edge of a red very easily.
Foul. And a miss. Jack Jones full.
Yeah, probably come and have a look, but ultimately it's going to go straight back. Interesting to see where he puts this here, Paul Collier, because I'm looking down the line. I wonder if he can see a red full ball, which would, if he missed again, change things a bit, and he would be asked to hit one on the third time or lose the frame.
Okay, Jack.
I expect him to hit it the second time. I suppose I'd worry about it if he doesn't at that point. Well, those two reds, well, they're not a dead plant, but the left-hand red onto the two, if they're touching, it could be a reverse plant or a squeeze. I think there's a very good chance of that going in, actually. He's not quite sure.
He was quite bullish last night. He was asked in the press conference about, you know, the fact that Stuart Bingham, for example, was sort of saying he was quite a slow player and all the rest of it. He said it's the problem with the other players, and he sort of pointed out some of the average shot times in the matches were basically very similar, the people he played. But no doubt he's difficult to play, Jack Jones, and that's been a feature of him coming here.
Yeah, you're not there to be accommodating towards your opponent, are you? And it's difficult to play, is Jack Jones, because you know, he's a very good match player, hard player.
Yeah, I mean, you walk down the corridor, don't you, out here at the Crucible, the wall's full of them, actually. These people like Terry and Cliff and these guys, you know, venerated quite rightly as great players. But you can see there Wilson's safety stats for the tournament, 85%. So in terms of all-round brilliance, he's been superb in this event. Pot success at 89%.
Yeah, the problem with that shot is the yellow was not on his spot, so swinging it around the angle's cue ball was never going to see the cue ball go behind anything. He made a superb start, Kyren Wilson, in Frame one off a long pot to the opposite corner. So this is another one he's going to tackle here. This red is careering into the bunch. Goodness, it's all out of control here. So, not the simplest of opening shots for Jack Jones, but certainly a shot. The red bouncing around. Yes, he flicked that red below the black there, unintended.
Jack Jones, 1.
Well, in the semi-final, as I said earlier, against Stuart Bingham, he wasn't really hitting through the ball in the early frames, but he worked out what the problem was just in time for the mid-session interval. That was an unlikely miss for him.
One. Eight. Nine.
This was the red. He flicked the other
16.
red on the way through, which I think stopped the cue ball in its tracks, although, to be honest, I felt he'd pop that blue. Kyren's got the shot to swing the cue ball round off 2 cushions onto the black into the left corner, but the 2 reds above where the red is playing now could get in his way if he doesn't get the pace right. They played deliberately low.
17. $24.
Well, the reds are all clustered up somewhat, and it's hard to see which red he can take next. I think from that, where he's pointing his cue, there is a red or 2 that is available. But it's a fairly specific area on the table which he has to land in. Well, he's landed bang on it as well.
32.
That's a beautiful stun run through.
$33.
Of course, Jack Jones missed the blue, so it's not on its spot. Would have been handy there.
Yes, he's watching that red to the left middle and see where he's landed. It's not hanging over the middle pocket where it is it? Very close to his bridge hand, but if he gets behind it, he'll be fine to roll it in. Thinking he'll prefer to not do so right now. It's another well-worked shot, that. It's gone fractionally too far, but still on a red.
So he did have a half chance, but that missed blue was the end of it. Will he get another in this frame?
.44. .45. The rest, please. Sure.
Well, I'm not sure he played on this red.
52.
He's just carried on walking around, but I'm sure he must have played on the red on the left of the pink. But overrun, he didn't flinch. He's just carried on. And there is danger in this shot. Yes, we know about his rest skills, but the pot and position is not that easy here. Just sense that it wasn't.
Kyren Wilson, 52.
It's almost like he pretended that's what he tried to do, but he didn't mean to be on that red. It was a little bit intricate, the shot, to get it and get position.
Of course, what he's also done is open the reds here, so a chance for Jack Jones. It's that sort of awkward one near the left middle, but chance just to get his hand on the table, start potting a few balls here. He's been very cool all tournament, but surely there's going to be early nerves. Why wouldn't there be? This is such a big occasion. It's an occasion he's watched all his life. Now he's involved in it himself.
Yeah, what a chance that has arrived from virtually nowhere. Yeah, there's a couple of difficulties. The red and the blue up the table on either side. He's very good at getting, you know, his teeth into a match, isn't he, Jack Jones? And here is a chance to do that if he can make some inroads on the deficit.
Nine.
He was on holiday as a boy in Corfu with his family, and he was playing pool. This is Jack Jones I'm talking about. And Darren Morgan was also there. He's a former player, semi-finalist here, and just noticed, he thought, yeah, you sort of, there's something natural about the way you do that. And it all started from there.
17.
Didn't have any great sort of ambitions at that stage, just was enjoying himself on holiday, and here we are all these years later. He's enjoying himself again. He's guaranteed 200,000 already. Top 16 will be in the Champion of Champions because both finalists get in. It's all good news for him, regardless of what happens. But of course, having got this close now, he wants to go all the way and land that trophy.
Well, he's taken the red down the cushion at a very early stage. Yeah, I wasn't sure this was easy at the time, as I mentioned. Neither is this, mind you. Never in. Never, ever there.
Jack Jones, 24.
I think he's left it as well. A very close cut back. I think this goes, but it's mightily thin. He put his hand up there to accept that he was a little lucky positionally. Jack Jones just shaking his head. He knew that he had an opportunity in this frame. Balls down the cushion have not been easy the whole championship. But if you hit them right, they go in.
It's worked out well. Actually pushing the black safe has worked out well, hasn't it, with the lead he's got?
7.
Because he just needs these 2 reds now. Well, in fact, red and... Yeah, the 2 reds should secure the frame.
8.
Now that has come out of nowhere.
Kyren
Again,
Wilson,
it's
8.
a pink's run safe, which is fortunate, but missing it will concern him. What a chance that was. With all the balls safe, he looked a certainty to take this frame.
Absolutely. And as you say also, that the blue, pink and black are completely nailed down, aren't they? So, yeah, he's at the table, but I don't know how he gets the frame one here, I'm sure. Problem he's got is if he can drop that red in, the blue is not on his spot to be the next ball, you know. He could take his colour, get in behind that red, drop it into the left middle, but there's no backup colour that will follow it that easily. As he can just take the cue ball away from the cushion.
5.
It's going to be a real tough assignment to win this frame. Well, he's forced to play the black here. He has absolutely no choice, I don't think. It's missable, but he has to play it. He'll need the black again at the end of the break if he pots it now. It's not there.
Jack Jones, 6.
He's missed a couple this frame, hasn't he? Chances that have been there.
Wilson just needs the yellow. He'll be relieved if he knocks this in. Red with the rest that he missed earlier, it wasn't easy, but the pink is the sort of ball you wouldn't expect him to miss, but it doesn't look like it's cost him. Where the balls were on the table were in his favour, the lead he had in the frame.
5.
But the difference with this frame and the first one is that in this one, Jack Jones did have chances.
9.
There's the black that stayed out, though.
14.
So it wasn't quite the clinical kill that we saw in frame 1, but it's gone the same way. Kyren Wilson on top early on here at the Crucible this afternoon, leading the World Championship final 2-0.
Thank you. Frame 3. Jack Jones to break.
So frame 3, Jack Jones didn't get a look in frame one, but had a couple of chances in the second, but Kyren Wilson's won them both.
Well, I think you're just looking to see if the black is available now. It's not available anytime soon, but if you potted the red to the right of the black, does the black then go to the left corner, or is the red on the left blocking that off? Because it would be a way to find out if this break is possible. Possible to make any substantial scoring visit here. Well, that's not a great place for the pink to go, I would say. I don't know if that red
7
that's up in the area close to the bolt line now pots anywhere. Does it go past that pink to the top right pocket? Be something he needs to look at.
Well, he's played the aggressive shot. The blue's blocking the red to the corner pocket at the black end. There's one that goes to the green pocket, slightly hamper queuing, but he's trying to get things into play there. Just a bit awkward, though, this. I think what we've seen, you know, talk about his sort of tactical game, yeah, but he has attacked in this tournament, and he's kept his cool against various players who've been heavily favoured to beat him, including a couple of world champions, Trump and Bingham. Zhang Anda, remember, in round one, was one of the players of the season. Si Jiahui, one of the players here last year.
The other thing, Dave, of course, he was playing on the very first morning here, wasn't he? He was on the opposite table to Luca Brissell and David Gilbert, so he's been in action from session one, and now he'll be in action in the last session as well. So it's not as if he got brought into the tournament a few days in, as some players would, depending on their draw. Goodness, he got nowhere near that. I think it may have looked worse with that low camera angle, but
Jack Jones 13.
I don't think there's a camera angle you could find that would make it look very nice. It was a horrible shot to have to play, first of all, with the spider. Well, that's the keyboard was running a little loose there, wasn't it? Got a few different options here. I mean, that red over the pocket. There's a red over the other pocket, which is quite thin. I think you can get to the red in the middle. They've all got a pot available, but positionally they're not easy. Still takes some good queuing, because he can pot the red, but it looks absolutely straight, doesn't it? Where's his colour? Did well to get out of there. I don't have him down as someone with a, you know, absolute abundance of cue power, but he clearly got enough on the strength of that shot. Saw the cue go up in the air. It's very hard to keep your cue on the bridge when you're using that kind of excessive force and screw on the cue ball.
Four.
Now, are we sure here that the blue won't go on its own spot? Not an easy one for any referee, because they're going to have to have a look across at the blue spot. It's not the easiest, most accessible spot on the table to get to. Paul Collier will have a little close look at this. He doesn't want it to spot. And he's got his way.
9. Ten.
Well, that was not hit very well, that last shot. He nearly missed the red. That's why his position's not A1. He can, sometimes when he's not playing well, and clearly isn't the case at this moment, he can drift out of position a little bit in breaks. And then things get to the point where something has to give. He's never going to be
13.
a touch player. And that's not really his style. But what he is, he's very good at what he does, a lovely straight cue action.
Yeah, strangely, his potential was spotted in a similar way to Jack Jones. I mentioned Jack on holiday and Darren Morgan playing pool. Well, Kyren played Peter Ebdon when he was very young.
19.
It's a charity pool frame, a couple of frames, and Peter said to his family afterwards, again, you know, your lad, I think he has something. Of course, he was from that area, sort of North Hants area. Red wriggled in. Of course, a lot of
20.
you know, kids have something, don't they? But it's about all the work you do after that and the dedication and the desire you have to keep working hard. You've certainly done that over the years.
Yeah, as Dave said, this one just wriggled before it went in.
26.
I think these two are very similar in that, aren't they? They're both incredibly hard workers at their game. There might be more gifted players in snooker, but not many more dedicated than the pair of these.
$33. It's a panel there. Do you want me to pull it across? Yeah, sure.
I think there's just something in his eye line.
Can you just pull that panel across, please?
So Paul College is asking someone to cover it up.
No, this one. Thanks.
Yeah, because he's on top at the moment and he's looking to press on as much as he can.
$34.
I think we've seen, though, this tournament is so different to all the others. He came in last year playing really good stuff. He'd just been in the final of the Tour Championship, where he played brilliantly. And a lot of people were fancying him to get on the run. This year, wasn't even in that tournament, because he'd had a disappointing season. Was not being talked up, but here he is. already justifying his status as favourite in this final.
40. $41. $46. $47.
Well, how about that? That is a glaring error.
Kyren
This is
Wilson,
the
47.
point. He started off as if he was never going to miss a ball for 2 days, but of course snooker's not like that. That is a surprising one, isn't it? I mean, it really is. He's doing very little there but to pop the ball and stun run through. And the only way this will mean anything is Jack Jones somehow can take the frame. It will mean something then, all right? Now, is he going to play the little cannon? He loved the black in play here. Oh, goodness, he's...
One.
You know, I think he's on the black, but that was not a good shot. It always brings a bit of anxiety to somebody who's missed their chance, and Kyren has missed his there. Jack is faced with a big problem now, though. I mean, he couldn't hit that much worse, that cannon. He's not got any real table time, has he, to speak of in this match yet? It's not in. So it's gone unpunished. I think that is the key. The Wilson miss, which was easy. Easier than Jack Jones' miss, but it all amounts to the same thing, an unpunished error.
Yeah, Wilson missed a pink in the last frame, albeit he was in front and the ball's awkward, but again, it was a pretty unexpected mistake, but it's all in the past if it doesn't actually cost him.
One.
Well, like I said earlier, and it absolutely is the case, he was 3-0 down against Stuart Bingham,
8.
and he could not pot a ball. And then he managed to just get his game together to take frame 4 from behind. He didn't look back after that, so he's been down this route before and survived it, Jack Jones. Bingham was all over him. I'm not saying it's going to happen again, but he's got it in him to
16.
find his form.
17.
Yeah, I think he sort of needs to get in first in a frame and just get his hand on the table, just try and make a nice break. All very easy to say. Wilson, though, he has missed a couple. OK, they haven't cost him, but it's not been completely flawless.
23.
His supporters don't care about that. They're looking at the scoreboard, of course, and it's going to be 3-0 shortly. Whoever wins will be only the 28th name to be engraved on
25.
the famous silver trophy. It's been presented since 1927. So he hasn't quite kept up the form from that incredible first frame with the century, the total clearance, but he's done enough to win the next two. It's a great start for Kyren Wilson to the World Championship final. He leads Jack Jones here in Sheffield by 3 frames to 0.
Quietly, please. The 4th frame. Kyren Wilson to break.
Last frame then before the first interval. Can Jack Jones get himself involved in this final?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? I think he really could do with this frame. It's not so bad, 3-1 down. Many a final has started that way. If you lose all of the first 4, you've got not much to to take to the dressing room with you, have you, for your 15-minute break, whatever. But as I say, it happened in the previous match. Kyren Wilson, he has missed a couple of shots. That's the point, you know. He's not a machine or anything. He's playing very well. Balls are going to be missed, although if they go unpunished, then I don't think he's going to keep missing. I've played the figure of 8 wide safety shot, which is usually an attacking option because you can bring reds into play and send the cue ball into an awkward area. There is a possible pot on here, but it's not an easy one. Finish red. The cue ball like heading maybe towards the bunch if you don't get it right. Last thing you want to do is hit the bunch. Yeah, he's not playing it. Well, I think the crowd worked that one out from an early stage, didn't they? That there was an infringement there, a foul.
Jack Jones 7.
It's not a free ball, though, I don't think. I'm sure, looking down the line, that it isn't one. So what it is instead is a safety shot, which is not simple. Well, it's an important safety battle, this one. It's one that Jack Jones really could do with winning. Yeah, but that is a very good shot from Kyren Wilson. Really dangerous area he's left the cue ball in. And there is a little bit of that red sticking out. Probably you can see about a quarter of it, in fact. You can easily miss these all together, though, and try to get the thinnest of contacts. Beautiful cueing again. The straightness of that cue action, I know I keep on about it, but goodness, he really does hit through that ball. And I know that's what you're meant to do, but it's one of the hardest things to do. He's got a very grooved technique that he's worked hard on over many years.
6. Seven.
Well, it's another good start to a match for Wilson. He's only been behind a couple of times in the tournament. That was against Dave Gilbert, just the odd frame a couple of times in their semi-final. He hit the ground running in his other matches. Clearly come here
14.
prepared properly on and off table, and he made the point, and it's easy to say now, but you know, some of the other players who've been going deep in tournaments may be a little jaded by the time they got here.
15.
He's certainly not that, because he's not had a particularly productive season, so he's a bit fresher. Wilson knows the threat Jones poses, and he knows he's got to make hay while he's not maybe quite with it.
23.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, ultimately, you can either think about it, how far you're ahead of your opponent, or you can think, well, my task is get to 18 frames before anyone else does. So, really, that's one way of looking at it, just win frames. And Jack Jones, though, while he hasn't won one, he won't be very happy. It takes a while to settle into a match, but it only happens when you get something on the board.
He was wincing there because the cue ball has travelled further than he intended it to, so he's got the rest out again. No problem, though.
Well, it's certainly a great asset to have to be that good with the rest. If he'll need it again here or not. He thinks that that one bounced a little bit too
34.
strongly off the cushion as well. The arm sort of went up a little. This time I believe he can reach it comfortably. Oh no. Get the rest out. Like shelling peas, isn't it, with the rest? I think I'd just carry that round all the time with me if I was Kyren, just play all the shots
35.
with it.
$37. $38.
As you saw, he didn't have a very wide angle there, but he forced the cue ball
43.
in behind that red nicely.
.44.
Well, it was the fourth frame, of course, against Bingham when it suddenly turned, and that's what he's got to remember and keep hold of in these next few moments.
51.
It's a bit of a worry, though, isn't it, for him? Let's be
52.
honest. If it goes 4-0, it is a concern. It's a long match. You know, there are potentially 8 of these mini sessions in amongst the 4 sessions there are. But you've got to win some early frames not to get a little bit of sympathetic applause and everything from the crowd. You don't really want any of that. You want to be a proper part of the match, and at the moment Kyren is doing enough. He looked at the
57.
scoreboard and he realised there's a bit more work to do there. Two reds and colours, one
58.
colour now and a red and a colour after it. Interesting he's played on that red. I don't think he'll miss it for 1 second, but we've seen a few of them stay out. I guess if he rolls it in,
65.
Jack Jones could only tie the frame. Never in any doubt, was it? But
66.
it's not quite done yet, this frame. Not quite.
Especially not now, because there's still 59
Kyren
available.
Wilson,
That's the
66.
difference. So, not quite there yet.
No, there's an argument you can just roll the black onto the side cushion, but it's probably not the most positive option. Well, the black's gone safe. That is in all ways a bad result. The red's over the hole and the black's safe. The red over the hole being the main feature of it. So Jack Jones has drawn a blank in this final so far.
1.
He seemed to have been able to find a way in all of his matches, but this is a new challenge for him in this final.
Yeah, I think one of the most concerning things actually for him is that Wilson's missed a couple of sitters along the way, hasn't he? He missed the pink in frame 2, the blue in frame 3. That black that he's just missed, he wouldn't call a sitter, but he has missed balls despite making that total clearance in frame 1. But the fact is he's played by far the better snooker, and he's going to be 4-0 up, and you can't ask for more than that.
Nine. Ten.
Black bullies its way in.
17.
It's been a very busy season again on the World Snooker Tour, but all roads always lead to Sheffield.
18.
Question really from probably the turn of the year at the Masters, who's going to be world champion this year? Well, it's come down to one of these two, and Kyren Wilson, he's starting to look like a big favourite. Jack Jones has had a few chances. His highest break so far in this final, 24.
25.
Long way to go and all that, but things are going to have to start to turn. You feel in the second half of this afternoon.
32.
There's one thing about Wilson, he's a very confident character. His family are well aware of that. They'll be liking what they're seeing so far. He'll be determined to press on. He won't take his foot off the gas, so Jack Jones has to try and find a way in. He has to stay in. He has to do what he's done all through this tournament, which is make it difficult for opponents.
43.
So Kyren Wilson on top in the early stages of this year's World Championship final. He started with the total clearance of 129. Jack Jones has been unable to get anything going.
Thank you.
Brett, can you get that table?
Thank you. The fifth frame. Jack Jones to break.
So the players are back, and the big four frames, particularly for Jack Jones, just trying to get a frame on the board, settle into this final. There's a long way to go, but Kyren Wilson, confident character. And we've seen that already. We saw it in the first frame of the century. He's dominated really since then. A couple of mistakes from him have gone unpunished. So let's see if Jones can get involved here. This is the biggest match of the season, and certainly everybody here, and I'm sure everyone watching, would like to see a close contest and great excitement tomorrow night. Kyren Wilson, maybe he's not in that category. He wants to get this one as quickly as he can, and that's a terrific red.
Yeah, it really is. That's the best of the lot so far. From where his cue ball was, right underneath that cushion. These are difficult. It's not the start that Jack Jones wanted to see your opponent knock one of those in. Is there a red that goes here?
8.
I think that one goes to left centre, past the pink. Just creeps past the blue into the yellow pocket, though, that red. As you can see, we've got a great view of it. I mean, I think they sometimes look very easy, those, when you see them on the TV and the camera's right behind them. It foreshortens the distance, but it's a great shot, isn't it, in reality?
Well, it was a terrific red he got him with. Of course, frame one, he got in with a long red and cleared the table.
15.
There's the pot success so far, as you can imagine, massively favouring Wilson. And the couple that he's missed, and been a couple of glaring misses actually, but they haven't been punished, so he has put them completely out of his mind. He's also ahead on the safety. And the long potting as well. Jack Jones only taken a couple on from distance, hasn't got any yet. Well, just tried to get into them there, but the cue ball has just sort of come off the pack.
Yeah, that's certainly not how he played it. He wanted to hit a lot more of the pack of reds than he ended up doing. So again,
Kyren Wilson, 22.
he felt he might make a few there, but not really doing a lot of damage with that visit, even though it started so well. If the red jumped, was my imagination. Maybe not the cleanest of contacts there on that last shot. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dear. It makes you wince, isn't it? You see that ball missed and the cue ball absolutely careering into the bunch. Red's going in all directions.
loud groan, wasn't there, from the audience? They thought that might be the start of something. But the danger is it'll be the end of something, this frame, because Wilson now, with the red spread as they are, has got a great chance for 5-0.
Seven. Eight.
Well, it's pretty much one-way traffic, this match, despite Kyren Wilson not quite going on with the perfect snooker of frame one. He's still winning all the exchanges, potting all the balls.
16.
There's no reason to believe he's not going to get the frame one here either, I would say. It's 20 years ago, isn't it, that Graham Dott led RonnieO'Sullivan 5-0. Ended up, well, he was behind after the second session, 9-7, and then
20.
Ronnie won the match 18-8, but he was 5-0 up, Graham Dott. The man sitting in the chair is not RonnieO'Sullivan. That's the problem.
21.
Jack Jones, as good as he is not that man.
Twenty-three. Thirty-one.
Well, a lot of people speak about the sort of the plight, if you like, or certainly the difficulties for Jack Jones in this match. But really, Kyren Wilson has never been world champion. He's lost in the world final. He just wants to win all these frames while the going is good, while things are going for him, and that man is in the chair.
39.
This was the problem. I mean, he really did open everything up there. And not as if Kyren is a multiple
40.
champion who's been there before and done it. You know, he's looking for his first. So he's got every right to be absolutely ruthless in his dream of becoming world champion. And he's already making good inroads.
47.
Yep, the frame has gone. So Wilson guaranteed to have a lead after session one, and it could be a big one.
$54.
Of course, we have had session whitewashes here. You mentioned John Parrott in 91. I suppose the other one, 1985, Steve Davis. 7-0 against Dennis Taylor. It went 8-0. I think everyone knows what happened in the end.
62.
I think the key thing, though, here is that when Wilson's been making mistakes, they just have gone completely unpunished. That's going to have to change. He's missed that one, but it doesn't matter. 62, a quick kill. Jack Jones missed that ready, opened the lot up. And Kyren Wilson has moved further in front. 5-0 with 3 frames left to play here this afternoon. Kyren Wilson making all the running in this year's World Final thus far. 5-0, 3 frames left in the session. He began the match with a century. That's the first time that's happened since 1993. And that's also the last time the World Final ended with a session to spare. Nobody wants to see that, obviously. But those sort of whispers will start to grow if Jack Jones doesn't start winning frames.
Well, he's taking this on, sending the cue around the back of the black and up the table. Well, Kyren Wilson just has to keep applying the pressure. Just keep Jack Jones at arm's length. Make him do something special to get frames won, not present him with something. That's a good safety shot from Jack. Opened the balls up there, whether it's a plan or not, I'm not sure, but put Kyren in a spot of bother here. Might be able to play the up and down safety on the right hand red.
And a miss.
It's a bit pacey, this cue ball. Just slowed down a bit by the brown ball. So it might get put back. I mean, I think the cue ball across so far to the left there, when you're playing safe on a red to the right, you've got to hit across the face of the ball. Well, he's taking one on here. He wants to be positive. It's got to go in. Didn't have to play it, that was the thing. Well, he wanted to be positive, playing a shot that he could have put Kyren back in because he had he still had to hit that red. But this was nowhere near. Jack getting the support, which is kind of nice, and also it can have the opposite effect. The crowd want to see him win frames, of course, understandably. It's the biggest day of his life playing here. But it's not an easy shot he's got to start with. Kyren's miss has not left something simple. I mean, that only just goes. See that happening, couldn't you? It was part of the pocket was obscured by the brown ball, and he's not potted the ball for a long while now. As you saw, 36 plus minutes. And now there's a plant turned up, goodness. I've watched a lot of Jack Jones and I've been very much in admiration for his game, but I must say, I'd be a little bit worried if I was in his camp right now, because he's not really participated yet, and the frames are just disappearing in front of him, aren't they? It's all right saying it's a long match, but you know, he could have won a lot of frames this afternoon in his target to get to 18 without reply.
Yeah, he needs a really easy chance. I don't just mean the first ball, I mean the sort of first 6 or 7, just get something going. Because he's not been getting close to the last few pots.
Yeah, I mean, you can see him in his chair there. He looks somewhat uncomfortable, doesn't he, out there today? And he hasn't been like that all the way through.
Yeah, it's a funny sort of feeling in the room right now. It's a bit muted. As you say, he's been getting support, Jones, when he's had chances, but they're just not going in.
Well, you can see the bottom red goes there, passes the other two. They're basically not in the way at all, unlike the shot that Jack Jones had, where the brown was... The pocket was partially obscured by the brown ball, and it went straight into it. I'm not sure right now where his first frame is coming from, quite honestly. Clearly it will come.
27.
Right now it doesn't seem very likely. The World Championship Final is the longest match of the snooker season. It feels at the moment like you could almost say that the Kyren is already in a very powerful position to be champion, and we've only been going a couple of hours maximum.
And again, that's nicely controlled. And of course, he'll be feeling better every ball he pots, and indeed every mistake Jack Jones makes.
$39.
John Barrett in 91, after going 7-0 up, he won 18-11, so that lead was established, and that was the manner, the number of frames he won by.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? With a sizable lead, you can, share mini sessions. As long as you just keep winning frames here or there,
46.
You're going to maintain a big lead. Kyren is looking to do that here.
$47.
Of course, he started the match with great intent. It was the same last year with Luca Bracel, who won the first frame against Mark Selby in a single-figure amount of time, 6 or 7 minutes, and he came out flying. And it's the same with Kyren here.
$53.
Well, he's worked his whole life to get into this sort of position. He will not be showing any mercy, neither should he. I think they're concerned. I mean, they weren't easy reds he went for, but he didn't get close to them. Either red that he took on in this frame, Jack Jones. Sat there sort of stroking his chin, not looking
61.
comfortable.
And needs another red to get another one on the board. Following this blue. No, there's nothing wrong with that at all. It's well played. So
66.
this red and a snooker is required. The black to follow it. Each frame over again.
67.
Well, the Wilson family applauding. They won't get carried away yet, but they're liking what they're watching. Their boy is looking rock solid, and his opponent is struggling.
74. 75.
Jack Jones's pot success for the match down at 63%. Wilson's at 93%.
$82.
Chance for another century here, and he's not hanging around in this break either. It's not taking him that long.
88. $89.
Going to take a good shot to get on the red here, either kissing the green or moving the red itself. He's played a little deft nudge on the green. Lovely, really nice.
94. $95.
So, can he pot this yellow and make a second century? Just piling on the misery.
98.
It's looking good. It's looking good. And so is Kyren Wilson, you've got to say. 2 centuries in the session. Completely outplaying Jack Jones. And he's, whatever happens in the last 2 frames, he's going to have a really good lead coming back tonight.
It's first-class stuff, isn't it? It really is. You know, he's sensing that there is a real opening here early in such a long match. To just get so many frames won. And he's sort of just not hanging around with it. Been a terrific break. If anything, it's a more confident break than the first one, if that's possible. That was a lovely break, the 129. A couple of balls missed in between, but not many, quite frankly. Not many chances have come Jack Jones' way. There's been one here or there.
There's a second total clearance from Kyren Wilson, 125.
The 7th frame. Jack Jones to break.
Jack Jones staring down the barrel, 6-0 behind. With 2 to play in this session. He's trying to get something out of it. But Kyren Wilson is looking good. He's had 2 total clearances. He's just getting on with his job, which is to put frames on the board. And he only needs 12 more, and he'll be world champion for the first time.
Well, there you are. That's the biggest cheer of the whole day. Yeah, when that fluke went in, it was like party time in here, wasn't it? It was a huge ovation for a fluke. But the context of it, I understand why everyone appreciated it so much. It's no good. Oh dear. They can't get things going. And that shot there, he's a little bit jabby on it, I felt. Nothing's going to come of this.
No, so even the fluke hasn't really helped. I was watching Kyren actually after the fluke went in and all the cheers, and his face didn't change. He didn't smile, he didn't frown. He was almost saying, okay, let's see what happens. And the answer was not very much in the end. Just one more pot, and that was it. Well, feeling confident enough to take that on, but having got close, he has left another chance.
It can be a shot determined by the pace you hit it as to whether you get the contact with the cluster of reds. If you hit it too hard, it will always come across that way because the spin you put on the ball doesn't really have time to take. Maybe just overhit.
Jack Jones 3.
Has he got cover? Yes, is the answer. Pink is in the way. But the cushion first is the way that he can still pot it. Wow, lovely pot. I mean, I don't think he can complain about positioning in the balls either, because the black, by chance, of course, has ended up over the pocket or close to it. He didn't know anything about that, as good as he is. Everything's falling into place for one man, and for his opponent, absolutely nothing's going right.
Hey.
It's a perfect storm, really, for Kyren this session.
Sure. 9.
Yeah, I think the only one who missed with the rest, it was in the second frame, wasn't it? It wasn't easy either, but all the others have been dispatched.
15. $16.
Well, Jack Jones had that fluke at the start of this frame, which could have led to something, but he actually played not much of a shot on the black to try and do something to the
23.
reds. It just almost slightly apologetic effort to get reds open.
$24.
They'll be getting the reds open here, I think. It's a good split, that, and he's on the red to middle. It was well played. Keeble fizzed into them.
31.
Hit them a second time.
$32.
So you'd say that the balls haven't gone far enough here, but again, his prowess with the rest might just
38.
save the day. Of course, he can miss with it. It's not impossible. He's just very drilled, he looks so naturally good with it.
39.
The other comparison to John Parrott, which is pertinent maybe, is of course Steve Davis bashed him up in that final 18-3. But on the way to winning in 91 in the semis, he beat Davis and felt he'd exercised a few ghosts. Last year here, Kyren Wilson was hammered by John Higgins, wasn't he? 13-2. This year he beat Higgins in the quarters 13-8. And
46.
was talking yesterday about how good that made him feel, how confident for the rest of the tournament. We're seeing the signs of that here. He's in full control of this final.
47.
And there's a very serious chance this is going to be 8-0 coming back tonight.
54. $55.
A lot of these pots have been going right in the middle of the pocket. We know the pockets aren't as generous as they were maybe 12 months ago. Well, I thought they were certainly a little bit oversized. But they're thudding into the back of the pocket at the moment. He isn't really looking like anything's about to go wrong.
60. $61.
Needs his black and a further red, and the discomfort for Jack Jones is intensifying, isn't it? He doesn't look comfortable out there. I mean, it's not just because of the scoreline, but he just doesn't seem the same player that's been so brilliant all the way through.
68.
Frame ball. Ooh, he just went in actually, but it's gone in, and Kyren Wilson's going to be 7-0 up. Yeah, this was side door. Chance for a third century of the afternoon.
$76.
Jones did have a chance after the fluke, didn't he? Wilson went for, so he gets that red out, went for the red to the green pocket, missed it. And Jack Jones tried to get into the reds off the yellow, but missed them completely.
$82. $83.
If he's a bit straight on this, it could be the double. If he has got an angle, he'll try and nudge the red out. Yes, he'll play the latter. Try and move this red. Yeah. All boxes are ticked. His family have just got the right sort of
89.
way about it. They're not getting too excited. They're enjoying it. They know it's a long match, but it might not be
90.
as long a match as it usually is. The way things are going, let's be honest, it's very one-sided, this session. Can't really dress it up any other way, can we?
Well, they'll be disappointed not to make another century, but 90 will do nicely. He presses on. It's 7-0.
Thank you. The final frame of this session, Kyren Wilson to break.
So the last frame of the afternoon, 7-0 to Kyren Wilson. Can he complete a session whitewash? That's what Steve Davis did against Dennis Taylor in 1985. It was 7 frames then. Of course, Taylor still won. And John Parrott also against Jimmy White in 91 won 7-0 in the opening session, and he did go on to win the title.
Ball's flying around the table here, and it doesn't appear that he's got anything but the double that's any good to him. The red to the right corner from the side of the bunch is just going into the reds. So the double to middle, and in it goes. A few people seem to know in running that was on its way. We're behind the line of it.
Five.
He couldn't get very close to this next red, but of course with the black available to the left corner, it's a question of not having to hit it very hard. The pot will never be a simple one, but position is assured if he runs through. Well, there's one that is for
Kyren Wilson, 10.
collector's item, a missed shot like that at mid-range. He slightly overhit that one, unlike him, but he hasn't missed much today, so it's hard to be critical.
Well, let's see, he's in. Kyren Wilson has broken down unexpectedly. Can he just at least finish the afternoon in a positive way? There are his results. I mean, he's beaten some terrific players. Zhang Anda, of course, established as a top 16 player. Si Jiahui, semi-finalist last year. Judd Trump, one of the players of the season. Stuart Bingham, another former champion. But he's not yet shown any of that grit and form in this match. Still being positive, though. He's gone into them. And he is on a red, I think.
He is. It was a good effort, though. He really did open them up. He's on a red, but it's not so easy to get to a colour because he has to force this. But the reds really have opened. Good shot.
It's just the nature of things that, despite Wilson's excellent play, Jack Jones is going to get, if he wins this frame, certainly at this visit, the biggest cheer by far of the afternoon. He's given himself some sort of chance.
It's okay. 13. Yes, you're allowed to use all the pocket, which he did there. Well, the match needs this frame to go to Jack Jones, but he really needs it more than
18.
Anything else. It's been incredibly one-sided, but just to get a start is what he would be desperate for here. His next shot on the red's not going to be from very close again because he played with left-hand side to finish the other side of the blue, but hasn't quite made it there.
$24.
Well, that one was middle of the pocket. All the pressure he's put all the players under, we've mentioned, that he's beaten, not just this year, but last year as well. Ali Carter and Neil Robertson, he ran Mark Allen close. He's not applied yet to Kyren Wilson. But it's been a fairy tale, really, for Jack Jones 30. To reach the final. If he wins it from here, it'll be an even greater one, won't it? But it starts with just getting on the scoreboard. This is his chance now.
$31.
He's done well here. Connections, all hoping that he can get this frame 36. On his father there, as you saw on the right. He's done well, given that the pink and black have never really been in play. It's been reds and blues. It's not always easy to just score off that 37. Ball alone, and that's how he's had to do this.
42. $43.
Well, it's by far his biggest break of the match, but he needs to continue now, try and get this frame put away at this visit. And then hope for more of the same right from the off this evening.
Yeah, it was torn between two decisions there. One to play with more pace and finish on the red below the black, or hold for the other red, but there was quite an angle on the blue, so it was quite hard to get the bite on the cue ball to stop it. He's on the red, but he wanted to be a little straighter than this. Very good.
49. $53.
Well, by far the best he's played today, but this is the kind of snooker which has got him there.
54.
Very determined break making and some nice touches as well, which we are at last seeing in this final.
He needs one more red after this blue to get to the snooker's required stage. It's been a gutsy effort, this, hasn't it? You know, he's been battered and bruised this afternoon. It's just run a little awkward. He still needs the red.
59.
It has run awkward as well. I mean, this is not a nice little shot. I wonder if there'll be any reaction if he does win this frame. Well, he's going to win it. Yeah, there is a reaction, and why not? Not from him. Nothing.
No, he'll be more than satisfied. The crowd have appreciated how well Kyren Wilson have played, but they're always going to support the guy who's struggling. And they are giving him plenty, aren't they? That was the moment, yeah.
65.
But he's deep in trouble in the match itself. In this frame, snooker's needed 3 to tie. Wilson's going to play on, but looking like 7-1.
I suppose he played on because of the yellow and pink close to each other, which is a good area to get your cue ball in behind. Ultimately 3 snookers to tie, so I don't think he's going to be winning the session 8-0 somehow. Maybe the occasion got to Jack Jones this afternoon, and maybe the occasion inspired Kyren Wilson. That combination is why we've got this scoreline.
Yeah, we must credit Wilson for the way he started. First World Final that started with a century break for 31 years. They are rare. Of course, he's made since then another one, 125.90 in the 7th frame as well. A couple of 60s along the way, scored heavily. Pot success 93%. And it's a little sort of sign as well, isn't it? I mean, he could have conceded this frame, but why should he? He would love to force Jones to win it rather than just handing it to him. Oh, he needs to be on the black. Oh dear. Well, it's looking unlikely now. Yeah. Well, the evening will be a serious affair. The afternoon has ended with a bit of levity, but it's Kyren Wilson who is firmly on top. Jack Jones has won his first frame, but my word, he has it all to do when they come back at 7 o'clock. Kyren Wilson, a couple of centuries, he's played superbly, and he leads the world final 7-1.
In this tournament, it was the same against Stuart Bingham, and he was able to raise a big smile as he walked in. He's in a world of trouble, but he's shown tremendous resilience throughout this tournament. He's going to need plenty of that tonight, and he's going to need to find some scoring, because Kyren Wilson has done what he's done throughout this tournament. He's looked so impressive, his all-round game, so strong. 2 more centuries for him, taking his chances when they've come along. Yes, he's missed a couple here and there, but he has been formidable in the match play department from the first round to the final so far. How are you feeling, Joe? Do you think we're in for a comeback this evening?
Well, he's a fighter, isn't he, Jack Jones? We know that. And if he gets chances, if he earns his chances, if Kyren Wilson maybe misses 1 or 2, because he did miss this morning. There's no doubt about that. He missed, but the problem is he didn't get punished. We've often said it, when you punish somebody's mistakes, it really does make them think.
He was able to raise a fist and a smile at the end of the first session with his only break of the session, 65, to get that elusive first frame on the board. Something to cheer him, but the rest of it was all Kyren.
This is a little risky, the shot that Kyren's playing here, with that red near the left corner. He could leave that red on if he doesn't get a good cue ball. Oh, that was a nice little rub, I think. He might be forced into taking this red on. He could screw for the blue, and there might be some safety in playing it that way. He's got to either get the pot or get close to it and screw to the side cushion. Well, he's got the cue ball. Well, it's just a little bit too hard, isn't he? He's played to bounce off the cushion, whereas he could have just played the cue ball to the cushion, and it's safe. By bouncing off, he's given Kyren a chance.
It was a real statement of intent from Wilson at the beginning of this final century in the opening frame, the 450th of his career, the 50th here at the Crucible. He added another one, of course, to go 6-0 up. He's looked so measured throughout this tournament. He's played a really aggressive brand of snooker. He's gone for his shots. And, of course, he's had a quiet season, as all of the 4 semi-finalists have had, as he goes into the pack. But maybe that's played in his favour. He's come in fresh. He had a holiday in Portugal with his family ahead of the Crucible, got a couple of weeks practicing.
14.
And look at the results.
And what a split. I think the red will go to the yellow pocket. Certainly goes to the middle. Oh, that's a surprising miss. Now, this is what I'm talking about, chances. He's got a chance here. Now, in previous matches, he's punished, and that's hurt players. And he's got to try and punish now. Kyren opened the reds up, far and wide. And you expected him to win the frame there. This was a very unexpected miss, and he missed it by quite a way, really. Oh, that wobbled, it nearly missed.
One.
But he's in good position now. Well, I was about to say that it's a good ball to play for, the one by the pink spot, because if he does
6.
pot the black spot's held, it goes on the pink spot. He's going to have to go back down for the blue now.
Seven.
This has
Not
already
ideal.
been a transformative season for Jack Jones. Remember, he's only been in one round of 16 in a ranking event all season. Regardless of the result here, he'll be in the top 16 for the first time. Now,
Can he cue this red? Red near that left side cushion, just hindering him slightly. He missed a black into that pocket, that cost him the frame.
14.
Very nearly slid past the green, but he's on the brown. Now that red just below the pink would be an ideal red to play for. And if he plays for that, doesn't get on it, he's on a red to the left corner. And that's ideal. Choice of reds, that's what you want. And then you can choose the best one.
18.
pretty handy set of
19.
results, that, isn't it? Zhang Anda has had a revelatory season. He took care of him with plenty to spare. Si Jiawei, we know about his heroics last season here. Also well beaten. Judd Trump, a stunning result against perhaps the player of the season, certainly in the ranking events. And Stuart Bingham, who's been revitalised in this tournament and took care of O'Sullivan so impressively, also beaten
25.
pretty resoundingly in the end. Such an even temperament. Manages to stay at a constant level with his game. Yes, it's been a struggle so far today, but nothing seems to faze him, whether he's playing well, whether he's struggling a bit. He just keeps plodding away,
26.
doing the necessary to, so far, get the job done. And if he can win this frame, and more to the point, if he can win this session this evening, then he's giving himself a chance tomorrow. And someone's got to win it, of course, because we've got 9 frames in this session, a further 8 tomorrow afternoon, and if necessary, 10 in the evening. 18, of course, the target.
Yeah, he's a little straight on the pink. He wanted a little bit more angle so he could stun down for the reds just above the black. He can still get to a red to the right corner, but he can't get close to it. Just needs to pull it back a few inches. And he's left with this tricky little red now, and that's simply because he wasn't the right side of the pink a moment ago. This is the red
39.
that Kyren missed. Otherwise these would have been Kyren's. And this all started just a couple of shots ago when he finished the wrong side of the pink from the easy red. And he should have made, he wasn't thinking 2 or 3 shots in front there, just thinking on the pink. And he should have been thinking right side of the pink, easy red next shot. And this is stemmed from that shot so far.
He has missed a couple with the rest already in this final. Three out of 5 so far, and this is not easy.
And so much pressure on the shot. Only 26 points in front, so has got a couple of safe reds though. Oh, that's a nice shot. That's a nice shot. He could have done with being on the cushion, the cue ball. He would have had a nice angle on the red then. But still.
46.
Good pink. Has a slight angle. Now, does he play for the black? Or does he play for the pink? Just checking to see where the black would go if he does play for the black.
$47.
Could have done with being just a little bit straighter. May have to play the cannon to the red, just above the black. Yeah, that's nice. And that's opened everything up. Nice little cannon to that red above the black.
54.
So 40 points, the lead. 2 reds, 2 colours. Should be enough.
$55.
And this is what he wasn't doing in the earlier session. He did get chances, but didn't really punish.
Well, I must say, he looked relaxed when he walked in and would have been buoyed, I'm sure, by the
60.
level of noise in the Crucible when he was introduced. Of course, this crowd want to see a close final. They want to see a contest. Wilson was threatening to run away with it entirely in that first session. He may yet. But this is a promising start from Jones.
61.
Exactly what he needed. His dad on the right there, Colin, who's travelled the world with him. Been a support to him since he was in short trousers, making the usual financial sacrifices in order to see his son maximise his potential.
68.
So he must be very proud at what he's seen over these 16 days so far.
69.
So Kyren Wilson having a taste of his own medicine. He's been punished for his miss. Played a very attacking shot, didn't he, Kyren? Opening all the reds up everywhere. And then missed a relatively easy red to the yellow pocket.
75.
Yeah, it was a surprise that Wilson missed the red by the margin he did. He seemed to have done the hard work in breaking the reds. But it only matters if you're punished, and this time Jones has been able to do that with his highest break
Jack Jones, 75.
since the start of the semi-final against Stuart Bingham. And so the perfect start for the underdog. Back-to-back frames for Jones. Kyren Wilson now leading 7-2.
The 10th frame. Kyren Wilson to break.
A minor setback for him, but he's still, of course, firmly in control.
Thank you.
Such deficits have, of course, been famously overturned in the past. 1985 leaps to the front of your mind. Dennis Taylor at one stage 8-0 down to Davis, 9-1 down. we know what happened next. Of course, last year we saw in the semi-final the greatest ever comeback from 9 down. Oh, what a pot, what a pot, right in the middle. That's the first long pot that Jack Jones has potted in this final.
Yeah, good stat that, Phil. First long pot in this fight. He hasn't had many to go at, really. You know, it's all been Kyren Wilson. You can't pot balls if you sat in your chair. But a tremendous pot. And that last frame, giving him a little boost. Much needed. You need to get closer to the object ball than this. It was such an easy green that he should have been closer. He should have had choice of 2 reds to both corners there. Now, if he can leave himself straight on this red to the right corner, he can get to the black. That looks just about right.
It's a big occasion, of course, for Paul Collier, officiating his 4th World Final and his last before he takes up a role at WST as a director. His first was back in 2004 when Ronnie O'Sullivan defeated Graham Dott. He was 33 at the time, Paul. At that stage, the youngest ever to officiate a World Final, since surpassed by Marcel Eckhart.
12.
I spoke to him earlier, actually, and he said, yeah, there are a few butterflies, but you need that in order to be on your mettle for a match of this gravitas.
Yeah, he seems to be cueing very
19.
well now, Jack Jones. You can almost feel the confidence in his strike. But he needs to get them reds open as soon as possible. And if he could finish somewhere round about there, he could pot the red, open the reds up. Just needs to finish low on this next red. Either side is good, whether it's where the circle is or the other side of that red. Like so. Just needed a little bit more angle. I don't think he's got enough angle to open more reds up.
27.
And there you can see he's straight. So I've got to leave it this time, otherwise it could be
28.
end of break. He's got an angle. He mustn't hold back here. He's got to really go into them at pace.
And don't forget to pot the black in the process.
Yes. Yeah, well said. Now he needs a bit of luck.
Jack Jones, 28.
You cannot afford to miss blacks off the spot. It goes without saying, really, but now, what's the damage, if anything?
Well, that's one element of the formula which is going to have to go for Jack Jones, getting a bit lucky as well as playing very well and seeing Kyren Wilson have his level drop a little. It's got to be that sort of combo when you're starting the evening. 7-1 down.
No attempt at the pot. That's interesting. I thought he could have played the pot, left the cue ball near the middle pocket. Couldn't leave anything but the red he's playing on.
Jones, the 9th qualifier to contest a Crucible final, the most recent since Ding Junhui in 2016. Of course, Ding started poorly against Mark Selby in his maiden final, was 6-0 behind, but got it back to 10-9 behind at one stage, and then 16-14 behind. Shows what's possible. Doesn't want that to keep running, that red.
No, I'm surprised he played it that side. He could have left the cue ball nearer the corner pocket and the red wouldn't have gone anywhere near. But it's very tricky, that red to the middle, and he's refusing it. Cue ball's close if it's got the legs, but it's an excellent safety.
All of Kyren Wilson's stats have been outstanding in this final so far, including the safety. He's at 88%. Jack Jones was described this week by Neil Robertson, 2010 champion, as among the top 5 safety players in the world, and you couldn't argue with that based on the quality of his tactical play in this tournament. But he's been outplayed in all departments so far by Wilson.
Yeah, they're excellent shots, I can tell you. He just caught the paint. Had to hit that red so thin. Excellent return safety. That red would have been the easiest one to play off. As it is, it's another thin one. Oh, wait for it. Now then, he's in again, Jack Jones. He's won the safety battle. He could have took a red on earlier, Kyren Wilson. Red into the yellow pocket, played the cue ball to the middle pocket, so he didn't leave anything but the red he was playing on. Refused it, got drawn into a safety. And Jack has won it. What can he do?
One.
Yeah, he couldn't get onto the black or pink, so left himself a nice angle on the blue to come in and out of baulk. Didn't want to be too straight on this blue, so gave himself room to manoeuvre. And this looks pretty good. He's hit this well. And now he can get to the pink.
6. Seven. $13. 14.
Not quite the start that Kyren Wilson envisaged, but it was a really good return safety from Jones that forced the error from Wilson.
Yeah, and I mean, Kyren Wilson will be thinking, you know, don't hit it thick, the safety shot. Miss the ball, if anything, but never thought about cannoning that red near the middle pocket and leaving it on. I don't think anybody could have envisaged that. Very unfortunate to have got that kiss to leave Jack Jones in, but things have got to happen for Jack. And running
22.
is one of them. Yeah, just not straight enough on the red, but it shouldn't be a problem to
29.
play for the pink. Now they can get to the black.
30.
Got to get closer though. Make it unmissable. These are missable. I'm pretty sure he'll get it, but you don't want to be leaving it this far away. It makes the next shot that little bit more difficult, and it just compounds. 65 ahead.
37.
So just needs the red, and he's not ideal on it. He's got a red safe on the left side cushion, so that eases the pressure slightly. Yeah, good shot.
38.
So another frame is going to win at one visit. One visit snooker, doesn't get any better than that. 2 chances, 2 frames.
$44. $45.
Actually, it's 2 visits, but he did miss the black off the spot, didn't he? But the second time around, he made no mistake.
52.
3 straight frames for Jack Jones. The red doesn't matter. The damage already done. What a start to the evening for the underdog. Listen to the crowd again. They're getting behind him. No wonder.
You quietly now, please. The 11th frame.
And those
Jack
kind of
Jones
things
to
have
break.
got to happen.
The momentum is shifting. Jack Jones with 3 straight frames after the 7-frame burst from Kyren Wilson. The first goal this evening for Jones would have been to win the session. Well, he's 2-0 up on the night, so that's a very good start with that in mind.
Well, we'll soon see how Kyren Wilson's feeling now. Well, it was close. It was close, so we know that he's feeling good. Had he got nowhere near this red, then you could say he's a little bit under pressure, but that was very close to going in. Now he has left a long red to the left corner. Will he take it on? Oh, didn't want the kiss. Although, I thought he was going to leave that red on, that he kissed, but it's gone fairly safe. Now he's got to get away with this. This is what's got to happen. He's got to get away with the misses.
The now very familiar setup ahead of his shot for Kyren Wilson. This is a bit awkward though, slightly hampered by the yellow.
Yeah, good pot. Good pot. He's in. He's in, and the reds are nicely placed. Ideally, he'd like to play onto that red just above the black, which frees the black, but risky to play for that red. Could have done with being a little bit closer to this red.
4.
There would have been absolutely ideal. Well, maybe you can get there now. No, it looks like he's playing for the pink. Well, I did say a moment ago he could have done with being closer to that red.
Wilson 4.
And from an easy green like that to leave himself that far away from the red wasn't good. He's feeling it now. Look at that, he missed that by a week.
Yeah, he wasn't missing balls like that in the first session, that's for sure. And that's what the Jones revival, mini revival though it may be, has done. It's just made Kyren Wilson think a bit. That 7-frame cushion down to 4. Jones has begun to play, shown a bit of confidence again.
Yeah, he's a little fortunate there, isn't he, Kyren Wilson? Not to leave anything easy on for Jack Jones. Well, there's attacking and attacking, and that wasn't a good shot. You cannot afford to go for those kind of shots and leave an easy chance. You've got to play the cue ball into a place where you don't leave your opponent a chance at the red. So, another chance for Kyren. I like Jack's positivity in taking that red on. But there's a twofold shot, isn't there? You've got to play the cue ball safe.
Six.
And the degree to which Wilson missed the red into the left corner would certainly have left a scar or two had Jones made him pay. But now, of course, it's proved academic. He's back in with a chance to get that out of his system quickly. Re-establish a 5-frame cushion.
7.
Yeah, nicely onto the black. There wasn't a lot of room there, was there? Now, if he could play onto that red, that is straight on now.
$14. 15.
Wilson said ahead of this final that he was ready for anything that was thrown at him. And I'm sure, given the way Jones has played in this tournament,
22.
that he was expecting a response tonight. He's had one.
23.
Now, does it go into the reds here? It's a good opportunity. If he could catch the red directly above the black half ball, they should split really nicely. He missed the red completely. Needs a bit of luck.
$30.
Another little tester. Well, I thought he'd missed that one.
31.
And I'm sure he did as well. But he's back in good position. No, he's missed it. Oh, I thought he had, and so did the crowd. Wow. I don't know how that's gone in.
38.
Catching that near knuckle.
Certainly we've seen a lot like that stay out in this championship. But it's a really important visit, this, for Kyren Wilson, just to restore his own equilibrium, having lost 3 in a row.
46.
Well, he's going to have to open them a couple of shots' time.
$47.
Now, how's your luck? He's on one. In fact, he's on a couple.
52.
He struck them very well. He would have been very unfortunate not to be on one.
53.
Jack Jones took on a really tough red, knowing that if he missed it, he was leaving Kyren Wilson a chance. And it looks like costing him the frame. Sign of the confidence he's now feeling that he did take it on.
60.
And Jones is an aggressive player. He might not be the quickest, but he doesn't take a backward step. He's prepared to take them on. On this occasion, it's not paid off for him. The blue's enough
61.
to leave Jones requiring a snooker.
Yeah, he had a couple of wobbles, didn't he, in this break? Very nearly missed the red to that left corner, and then very nearly missed the black.
66.
And they both went in.
And prior to that,
67.
he did miss a red by a wide margin. There's his family watching on, mum and dad. But that red proved not to be significant. I think it was a sign, though, that Wilson, even though
72.
he's well in front, is feeling it a bit. How can you not in a Crucible final? But he'll be feeling a whole lot better now for winning this frame and winning it convincingly.
73.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Philip. You know, that's going to do him the world of good. Because he was wobbling a little. Had that red gone in that Jack Jones took on, could have been a different story.
77. $78.
Already had 2 centuries in the finals so far. 125, 129.
$85. 86.
He's had 67 centuries this season, second only to Trump.
$92.
Oh, what a pot. What a pot with the rest.
93.
Wow, how good is he with the rest? That was a tough pot, you know. He's got his mojo back.
This for his 7th
98.
century of the tournament.
Number 452.
103.
So much for slow-paced snooker. This match is being played at under 16 minutes a frame. This one has lasted
107.
around about 11 in terms of being a contest. Wilson long having passed the winning line and making his 3rd century in the process. Great entertainment for this packed crucible.
112.
Jack Jones' revival halted for the time being, but he's begun to play well. Wilson is playing superbly. And we could yet be in for a really cracking final as a contest. But for now, Wilson very much back in charge as he extends his lead back to 5 frames at 8 frames to 3. His 3rd century of the match, his 7th of the tournament.
Kyren Wilson to break.
5 clear again at 8-3.
It's a good cue ball, which means this red to the right corner is very tough. And that bounce just a few more inches would have been worthwhile taking this red on to the right corner, as it is. Just laying up for the safety.
This is their 6th meeting in all, their very first in somewhat less auspicious surroundings. The Q School way back in 2011. Kyren Wilson coming from 3-0 behind to beat Jones 4-3, and of course Jack had a bit of a struggle in his early professional days, falling off the tour a couple of times. He was only 16 when he did turn pro and found that leap a rather difficult one to bridge.
Attempted double. Full-blooded, I might add. But hasn't left the red on. Could have gone anywhere. You just trust into luck. Well, did I say I didn't leave a red on? What a shot that was. And listen to the crowd. Wow, what a shot. And that puts fear into your opponents when you see them knock them in, I can tell you. Especially if you follow it up. Needs to keep running. It looks good. He's on that red just above the black. I think he's made his mind up, and you know, opponents can tell when a player changes his whole attitude, and that's what Jack has done. But he's got to carry it on now. Try and leave an angle on the black to open those reds up. If you can't, those 2 reds closest together will go to the middle. Now, he doesn't want to play this with screw. It's more of a stun into that end red, the one above the black and to the right. Doesn't want to hit the one directly above it, but the one to the right of it, half ball, pace. Yeah, too much stun. Yeah, too much screw on the ball. It needed to be stunned so that the cue ball goes towards that right side cushion.
13.
Well, from that amazing red, unless he can pull another one out here. Just the safety.
Jack Jones, 13.
But an intimidating 13.
Well, there's no doubt that Jones is a completely different proposition now. He's worked his way into this final. He's part of the final. Yes, he's still 5 behind. He's still in a precarious position, but I'm sure he must have got a tremendous boost from that ovation when he walked in tonight. You can see a big smile on his face. There's a lot of warmth towards Jones at the Crucible. That's been very evident in this tournament, and I think it's inspired him this evening. He's playing some of his best snooker of the tournament so far, actually. It's just that Wilson has been extremely good in that first session, and Jones inevitably feeling some first final nerves, but settling into his work now. It's going to be a very interesting second session. This, it already is.
Yeah, put a little circle up near the yellow pocket on Kyren's last visit to the table, and it would have been a very attacking safety to play the cue ball there. It would have covered the red that was in the baulk area. Got to get this red past the middle pocket. Got to get it past the middle pocket, or cover it. I think he's covered it. Yeah, just managed to cover it, because he didn't send it past the middle pocket.
Paul Collier taking the opportunity to have a look in case something goes awry here and replacement is required.
Yeah, and also to see if he can hit a red full ball for the 3 miss rule. Looks like he can hit a red full ball there. Just wondering if he can land up into the reds, the back of them. Yeah, that looks good. Nicely played. There's the red to the middle. It's a tough one. Well worth having a go at. Had it gone in, it could have been a frame winner. And he wasn't leaving anything. Now I've got to try and get this cue ball dead on the cushion. And if he can get it dead, it puts his man under some pressure. That's pretty good. Yeah, again, good speed with the cue ball, leaving it tight to the cushion. Little tap on the table there from Jack. Very, very good safety from both players.
Turn that off, please.
Wow, he can just about see this. Again, played it much too hard. The cue ball should have been close to the cushion after he'd missed it. And that way it doesn't leave anything. By playing it at speed, he's left a chance. Got to drop these in dead weight. Leave the cue ball near the cushion. There was pressure on that, but he's feeling better now.
That's the point, isn't it? That would have been a whole lot harder, that red for Wilson, if he hadn't just made a century to get himself 5 clear again. And of course for Wilson, having carved out such a commanding lead, sharing these little mini sessions is plenty for him.
6.
The onus is on Jones to make inroads. And if Wilson can win this frame, he's done exactly that. Share the mini session. Job done, really. Still 6 clear.
7.
I like that. Job done. Yeah, but he's dead right. He'd like to draw every session from now on. He wins. Cue ball could have been a little bit closer to these reds.
11.
Yeah, not happy with the contact. And this isn't simple. The pink's easy enough, but getting to the next red hampered. Yeah, that's not where he wanted to be, I'm afraid. Tough shot coming
18.
up.
Kyren Wilson, the world number 12. He'll be the lowest seeded player since Graham Dott back in 2006 to claim the title. Be his 6th ranking tournament success.
Kyren Wilson, 18.
Well, shouts have come on, Jack, but look where the cue ball is. He can't do anything from there. Very close to potting that red, but played it as a shot to nothing. If it goes in, he rolls up to a colour. If it doesn't, it's safe. Oh, what a good effort. But that was the main part of the shot, getting that cue ball back down the table. Now, can he get him behind the green here? Maybe tempted to take the red onto the middle, but these middles, I mean, Jack potted one into the left middle earlier. I don't know how he did it. But this, very tough, so I prefer to try and get him behind the green. Every time he comes to the table, it seems as though he's in trouble. But what about that? Forced into the pot. And if he wins this frame, listen to the crowd. If he wins this frame, he's done his job. 3-1. Long way to go, but what a shot that was.
Given the circumstances, one of these shots of the tournament, he was in a world of trouble there, and he's potted his way out of it. And having not managed to pot a long-range one in the first session, albeit, as Joe mentioned, that he didn't play many, he's knocked in a couple of crackers tonight. Now, can he make it pay? Can he win this mini session, get himself gradually back into contention in this final? That was some pot. Kyren Wilson would have appreciated the quality of that pot. Maybe at his best, the sort of pot that he knocks in.
Yeah, didn't play the black very well, did he? Oh, that came close. That red to the left of the black is creating problems for him. If he could get rid of that red, then 4 reds go into that left corner. That's such an important red to get rid of. He could also play for reds to the right corner. There's no hurry to get rid of that red. What is important is that he wins the frame at this visit. And he'll settle for that, don't cover the black.
14.
Now, does the black go into the right corner? I think it's very tight, and if it is, he's only got the blue and pink to play with. Now, it's easy enough, the pink, but if it screws into those 3 reds, he develops them. At the moment, they're in a difficult little position. Yeah, could have done with being a little straighter on this red. Didn't quite catch the reds full enough, but he's developed them. Perfectly played. Now I think the red he was pointing at there will go to that left corner pocket. But if there's any doubt, the one below it certainly goes.
$27.
22 points the difference. He doesn't need that red that's on the cushion just above the middle pocket. Kyren Wilson does. Eases the pressure a little.
$28.
You see, there was no need to play that little cannon. He could have gone up for the blue, come back down for those 2 reds. Okay, he's a little bit unlucky, but he didn't have to play it. I think it's time to push something safe. If he could cue the blue completely, then it would have been probably worth taking on, but he's slightly hampered by the red.
Blue ball.
So maybe just push the blue to the cushion. I think I'd have wanted that blue safe.
Jack Jones, 28.
A good 28, should have been more. mean, he could have been on the pink after playing the cannon to the 2 reds, and that would have ensured him the win in this frame. I'm just saying that he was guaranteed to go up to the blue, come down for those 2 reds that did go. Nothing could go wrong with that. Great attempt that to get him behind the green. And he may be forced into taking another long red on Jack Jones. And there's nothing safe now. He's just brought the only safe red off the cushion, Kyren.
Well, he's already knocked in a tougher one than this, but this is huge for Jones. If he wins this frame, closes to 4. Game on.
That second kiss didn't do him any favours. So Kyren Wilson with a chance. Just 23 points behind. And nothing safe. It would have been okay, that, had he not got that second kiss on the red. The cue ball would have been further down the table. Here it is again. Good effort. But this little kiss there slowed the cue ball down. And that's not a happy smile, I can tell you.
One.
Yep, and he's got an angle on the green to try and get back down the table. Just depends what kind of an angle he's got. Well, there you can see he has got an angle. Can he avoid the yellow?
Four.
Yeah, just managed to miss that red. I fear the worst for Jack Jones. He had his chance. Failed to get position on the pink. That's the shot that he played, and it's so easy to go down for the blue. Nothing could have gone wrong. Okay, it could have worked out. Yep, it could have been right on the pink. But he could have got the cover.
Well. 13.
And you would think now that only the infamous crucible pressure can deny Kyren Wilson a share of this mini session to retain his 6-frame advantage.
Cheers. 20.
Jack Jones started the evening superbly, playing easily the best snooker of the final so far. He was looking as though he was beginning to really enjoy himself, going for his shots, because he took on a red that was very tough and missed it, and that allowed Kyren Wilson just to shake off a few early wobbles in this evening's session. Brilliant century, and now looking likely to emerge unscathed.
27.
Well, what a very good positional shot he played there. It was nearly straight on the black. Longest frame so far in this session. I'm surprised he played for the blue there. This is a more difficult ball.
.33.
Yellow, green and brown for 9-3.
.35.
Jack Jones looking likely to be back where he started the evening.
Yeah, he got close, didn't he?
38.
To winning this session 3-1 when he failed to get position on the pink and then didn't put the blue safe, which he could have done. Extra insurance.
Frame ball. And it goes.
42. .47.
And you have to say, this has been a very controlled break from Kyren Wilson. There's so much pressure out there. But he's brushed that off. A terrific quartet of frames to start the second session of the World Final. Jack Jones has certainly played his part. He won 3 on the bounce from 7-0 down. There's an exceptionally passionate Jack Jones fan.
Frame 13. Jack
Lady,
Jones to break.
a couple of rows up, giving it the big, come on, Jack, you can do it, at the start of the second half of this second session. Well, he's played a whole lot better tonight, but credit to Kyren Wilson, who was certainly put under pressure in losing 3 in a row, but has responded superbly. That third century of the match for him, followed by an equally cool 60 break in a frame he might have lost to restore that 6-frame cushion. It's a very big one. That was a long way off by Wilson standards.
Yes, and it could have run kinder for Jack Jones. Could have had an easier starter than this long red to the left corner, which he's looking at. Thought against it. So maybe try and get that cue ball in behind the brown. If it was tight in behind the brown, like so. And that just sends a message to Kyren Wilson that if you miss, you'll be punished. Well, applause for hitting the red, but he's left one on, and he's left maybe a chance to develop the black, push it towards that right corner. It could have been kinda. That black could have bounced a little bit more off the cushion, make it a little bit easier pot. These are very missable. Oh, look at that for a shot. Brilliant. Lots of right-hand side on the cue ball. Reverse side, it's called.
8.
To take the cue ball up towards the blue and the reds. Beautiful shot, that. So his first 3 shots have all been good.
9.
Break off, tight under the cushion. The snooker.
In terms of what he's got to do in this second session, nothing has really changed for Jones. He has to win it. He still can, of course. It's 2-all on the night. 5 frames to come. Even a 5-4 scoreline on the night would give him some sort of chance on the final day. But you would think that's the bare minimum.
Just. The crowd were clapping long before the pink got to the pocket. They knew.
15.
He's got a choice here whether to go into them or play for that loose red. Will he get a better chance than this? He's banking on it. He will. Got to get top side of the blue.
21.
And that
22.
is not hard enough, I'm afraid. And that's the problem that you have. If you refuse to go into them when you get the chance, will you get another one? And the answer on this occasion is no. He's going to pull out a real special shot here.
Make sure he pots this pink in the process.
There goes the pot. Needs to slow down. If that red goes by the black, he's just out of position. And this is what I'm saying. He had a chance to go into the reds from the blue, but decided to play for that last loose red.
Jack Jones, 28.
And at this level, you've got to try and win the frame at one visit, because you may not get another chance.
Well, that's a quantum leap in the right direction for Jack Jones, who at one stage was in the 60s with his pot success. Kyren Wilson has been in the 90s throughout.
Coming off the reds thick is a statement, but he's pushed a red over the corner. One good pot here, he's saying to himself. Oh, only just. But that is absolutely perfect on the blue. And if that red next to the black goes, he's in business. That's what he's looking at. If that red goes, he frees the black. And he's already got a 34-point lead with the blue. Now you can see it does go, that red. Lots of left-hand side on the cue ball, and he's played it well.
6. 7. 14. 15. 50.
The red above the black and to the left slightly will go to the right corner. Doesn't have to play for that this time round because it's difficult to play onto it and get to the black, so he may play for one of these two that are close to the cushion. Very easy to get to that red from the black. The one just above the black, and that opens the whole table up if you can get onto that red. And that looks pretty good to me. Everything goes once he gets on this next red.
$28.
Yeah, he didn't hit it hard enough, did he? Last time round, he wasn't straight enough on that red. Just wanted to drop it in, and now he's faced with a real tough one.
And there's nothing safe. No insurance for Jones. Big shot. No. Surely not. Not this time.
Jack Jones, 29.
He didn't have to take it on, did he? He could have pushed something safe, played a good safety shot, kept the pressure on. But he probably feels that he's got to win the frame at that visit, and I don't blame him. I'm just saying that would have been another option.
Well, this could be really hurtful for Jones. If Wilson can make him pay here, a frame that Jones looked very much on track to win. But that little cannon has just left things a little awkward. But this is an opportunity not only for Wilson to move 7 clear again, but really inflict some pain on that man. Slightly awkward bridging, but it's not a major problem.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Philip, that Trump and Stuart Bingham didn't really punish Jack when they got the chance. Kyren has been punishing, and this would hurt.
9.
And it came down to the black that he potted prior to playing the red that he did. He didn't hit it hard enough, didn't get enough screw into it, wasn't straight enough on the red.
$16.
He's underhit it. Could be a life here. He'll be hoping. Could have missed the green. Well, not quite hard enough. It's a rest shot. And we know how good he is
22.
with the rest. 35 points behind. This is a tough shot, though. Don't care how good you are with the rest. These are tough shots. A let off for Jack Jones. And he may have covered the red,
22.
but easy enough to knock the other red onto it.
On such fine margins of frames won and lost, that couldn't have got any closer without dropping. As you can see, the blue is in the way, but the red is right on the lip. Two for the price of one, and that doesn't hurt Jack Jones's cause. He's now 36 in front with only, make it 37 in front with only 35 left.
Quietly, please.
Yep, he wasn't punished. Kyren Wilson ran out of ideal position. The last red he potted, he finished the wrong side of the blue. Had to send cue ball all the way around the table, and it wasn't quite far enough.
Well, it would have been a very hurtful frame for Jack Jones to lose. Perhaps even the beginning of the end for him, but he's won it. And he's hanging on in this World Final. He's playing some of the snooker that has got him to the final. This is the very awkward rest shot that Kyren Wilson missed. He doesn't miss many. He missed that one. And it means that instead of restoring his 7-frame lead, it's back to 5. Jones back in front on the night, 3 frames to 2.
Jack Jones 17 on the frame.
Jack Jones wins a vital frame to close the gap again. Wilson 9-4 up. And Jones potted 2 for the price of 1.
Thank you.
And that left Wilson
frame.
needing snookers, which he never got the chance to play for. So 9-4. 4 more frames to come in this session. Wilson could still emerge with an enormous lead, but he's still only halfway to getting the job done.
Where's that cue ball going to finish? It's just slid past the brown. I thought it was just going to rub the brown and cover this red. It's pretty straight, this red, so may have to screw the cue ball back slightly. Tough shot. Now, does he try to bring the black into play? Or does he play for the pink or blue? I don't think it's worth the risk bringing the black into play. But every player sees shots differently. You could think, I can get the cannon perfectly and beyond the black. Played for the pink. Tried to cannon that red, which he did, but push it towards the middle. So having to play this more difficult red, and I say more difficult because he's got to screw the cue ball back top side of the blue. It cost him the last frame not getting top side of the blue in the last frame.
15.
That's how important it is to get top side. Oh, that's top side, all right.
16.
Really connected into that one. Decisions. Whether to go into them or play for that loose red. And again, just not quite hard enough.
20.
Wanted to be able to get onto the blue in a way that he can go into the pack of reds next time round. This looks good. This looks very good. What a great shot that was. He couldn't have placed it any better. What a great shot. And now he can open them reds and he might be able to develop the pink and the black. Develop the pink. And that has worked out very nicely. Okay, the black's still tied up, but he can win the game
26.
here with the pink and blue.
It was another tremendous strike from Kyren Wilson, wasn't it? Keeping that cue ball in the centre of the table, which pretty much guaranteed that he'd be on a red. He's actually on a choice. Every time Jack Jones has put him under a bit of pressure this evening, Wilson has been able to respond to it.
Yeah, just looking to see how many reds will go to that left corner, and it looks like at least 3 will. So anything but too slow, and he's bound to be on a red. Perfectly played.
$33.
As you could see there, the pink would go into this
34.
left corner. Yeah, he wanted to be straight on this red though.
40.
He didn't really want to be going into the reds here. So maybe play down for the blue off the reds. Try and guarantee being on a colour. Well, he's on the pink. A little fortunate, but he made sure he was going to be on a colour by playing for the blue.
$46.
Made that maximum last year, of course, against Ryan Day before Mark Selby trumped him by making one in the final.
He
47.
really hits the ball hard, doesn't he? And he's the wrong side of the pink, so position not straightforward on the next shot. Difficult to get close to a red without going in and out of baulk. And that's what he's done. If it keeps running, he's on a red to the left corner. And that was a very, very good shot he's played there. Wasn't sure about catching the knuckle in that green pocket. All the hard work's
54.
done. Just managed to miss the jaws of that green pocket. Cue balls come back down the table perfectly.
This has been another high-class break from Kyren Wilson. He would have been a little disappointed not to steal the previous
60.
frame, missing with the rest. It wasn't easy, but he would always back himself with the rest. But what a response this has been again. Every time Jack Jones thinks he's beginning to get some traction,
61.
Kyren Wilson responds in style. So 67 left. The best Jones can do
67. Sure.
is tie the frame. One more pot, and Wilson will be into double figures.
Yeah, and he's happy enough to win one frame, lose one frame, and carry on like that. And that should seal this frame, barring snookers.
The Wilson clan certainly approve. He's played so well in this tournament. Every match he's impressed. Of course, the big match for Wilson was against John Higgins, who gave him a real shellacking last year. He only won 2 frames out of 15. So it was real redemption for Wilson to beat Higgins 75. In the way he did. And afterwards, John Higgins, effusive in his praise for how well Wilson cued. He said it was the best he'd ever seen him cue. And I think that's given Kyren Wilson a real shot in the arm. The extra self-belief that one of the greats was endorsing the way he's playing. And at the moment, even 82. A rejuvenated Jack Jones is going to have an awfully big task to turn this around, because Wilson is just playing so well.
Yeah, he tried to bring that red next to the black into play there. What's he got up his sleeve here? There goes the blue, and there comes the red into play. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
87.
Now leave an angle on the black to bring that red on the side cushion into play.
88.
Just like that.
He really does deserve the century.
Beautiful, beautiful.
This is one of the best breaks of the tournament. It's come off the back of a slightly frustrating frame for Wilson, which he might have won. 96. What a response. Pure class. It doesn't get any better than that.
$102. $104. $107.
A little bit of flash coming. We like it. We like it. It's his 5th century of this final. That's terrific stuff, isn't it? And here's another one. Exhibition shot.
116.
The easy way to get to the pink.
Bang in the centre. What a break this has been.
122.
One of the centuries of the tournament from Kyren Wilson. What a way to hammer home your advantage in the World Final and move 6 clear again at 10 frames to 4. Jack Jones then
thank you, frame
back
15.
Where he started.
All right, thank you now. Jack Jones to break.
He's playing a whole lot better. He's settled into this final. The problem he's got is that Kyren Wilson is playing better still. And that's why the deficit remains the same. And he wasn't thrilled with that break-off either. Shake of the head, bringing the red up the table, which he's covered.
Yeah, he's going to need little bits of luck like that. Because had he been able to see that red to the middle, it could well have been end of frame the way that Kyren Wilson's playing. May have left a red to the left middle, the one by the black. Could play for the black or the pink. Oh, that was a chance. I fancied him to pot that when you just rolling the ball to the middle. Not doing anything with the cue ball, just dropping the red in. He was nicely on the pink, and he knows that that was a chance. He's in Kyren Wilson's hands again. Yep. Now is he on the blue?
What?
Oh, nearly got the kiss. Here we go again. That's what I'll be thinking.
Six. Seven.
No, just wonder if he can play for that red next to the black. That would open things up.
Twelve.
Yeah, and that makes the black and now
13.
available to both corners. Pink spot not available, so that's where the pink goes.
Nineteen.
He's opening things up here. Oh, he's got hold of it too much. He's opened the reds up nicely,
20.
but he's got too much screw into the cue ball. Now, does he take the brown on? Looks like he is doing. These are not easy. Makes them look easy. Now, is he on one? I don't think he is, you know.
24.
Nope, not on one. It's a little life for Jack Jones.
Kyren Wilson, 24.
Bit of light relief for Jack Jones after sitting out that magnificent century. Just a 24-point deficit. He's still got the opportunity to win this session. It feels like a must. And that is yet another very good safety. We've seen a lot of those from Jones in this tournament.
So maybe a shot to nothing here. Thin cut to this left corner. Cue ball's close. Cue ball's very close. He'll settle for that.
He held his hand up in apology there to Wilson, in landing right behind the green.
Well, I don't know why he would do that, because, you know, he's played a good safety, hasn't he? Just because it's landed behind the green. Okay, he's probably played the cue ball to the cushion, but because he hit the red too thin, missed the pot by a distance, that's why the cue ball's gone behind the green. Yeah, give me a bit of help, he says.
Well, he doesn't need all that much at the moment. He's 6 frames clear, but this certainly is a bit of a pickle.
Sound like Maguire ever said that.
A couple of spectators encouraging Wilson to close his eyes and have a bash, hope for the best. A la Stephen Maguire, who's been known to do that on occasion. Luca Brissell did it at the start of the tournament, and Flute won, if memory serves me correctly. It feels like an awfully long time ago, Joe.
It does, doesn't it? We've had some fantastic matches during those 2 weeks.
How much of the cushion I can see it?
Through there, yeah. That is an option. Very difficult. And twice across the table is also an option.
Foul. And a miss.
No.
Jack Jones, 7.
Will he won't take the miss, will he?
Well, perhaps a little fortunate in landing bang behind the green, but now he's got to make the most of that, Jack Jones. He's got to make something sizable here. Keep himself in contention.
1.
His highest break of the final, 75, that he made to win his 2nd straight frame, his 1st of tonight, which was bigger than any break he made in his victory over Stuart Bingham.
Eight. Nine. $14. 15. $22. 23. $30. 31.
Yeah, just travelled a little bit too far for comfort there. Wanted to be higher on the black to be able to manoeuvre the cue ball. Just a little straighter and slightly hampered by the pink. Match time just 4 hours.
Yes, there's been nothing funereal about the pace of this final so far. Frames lasting not much more than 16 minutes per frame, which, given what's at stake, is pretty sprightly.
38.
Always nice to see those going, because they are missable. Not much emotion from his pop.
Oh, no. Oh, goodness.
All the hard work
Jack
was
Jones,
done.
39.
A momentary lapse of concentration.
How expensive is it going to prove to be? He'll be trying his hardest to make him pay.
Yeah, that's going to sting, isn't it? He's pinning his hopes now on that red on the side cushion. Nothing else safe.
Well, he's out of position, I think. So this frame not over yet.
8.
That wasn't a good shot. Well, I don't know why he tried to play the cannon to that red, because he could have held the cue ball without playing the cannon. But it's just a safety.
And a major reprieve for Jack Jones. It would have hurt
Wilson, 8.
immeasurably had he lost the frame to the Miss Black. As it is, it's still in the balance, just 14 between them. Oh, what a pot.
Yeah, great pot. Now, has he got the angle on the yellow to get back to the reds? Kyren Wilson could have brought that safe red off the cushion and played a safety, but decided to go down the left side of the table there, and he was always going to leave a shot to nothing. And Jack duly knocked it in. Couldn't get any closer to the reds than that because it was straight on the yellow.
3.
Another good pot.
4.
He is going to need that safe red on the left side cushion.
11.
Now, can he drop him behind it? Not from there. He's going to have to play this with a lot of screw. Oh, he's too hard. He's too hard and too high. Although it has slowed down the cue ball.
19.
One good pot.
6 out of 8 with the rest in this final, but few more significant than this one.
And few more difficult. Terrific. Terrific pop. And recovered from that miss black, didn't he? He got some very good pots there. After potting the yellow, it was a very good shot on the red to the corner. Took it very smoothly.
Kyren Wilson was presented with the opportunity to punish him, and I think it could have been a potentially pivotal blow had he done so. As it is, he needs snookers, and he is snookered. 2 of them as things stand, assuming he hits this yellow.
Yeah, well, always worth playing out of the snooker because you just never know. You can hit it, get it safe, hit it and get a snooker. Anything can happen. Yeah, what about that? What about that? He's got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he?
Jack Jones 2.
Wilson waits, ponders, and concedes. This is turning into a great night of entertainment for this packed Crucible crowd. The gap is down to 5 again, 10-5.
16th frame. Kyren Wilson to break.
Yeah, just think, Philip, if he could win the next 2 frames, 10-7.
And it's not as though Kyren Wilson's level has dropped, by the way. He's played some outstanding snooker this evening. That 1-2-2 break for 10-4 is as good as you'll get. But Jones is playing some terrific stuff as well. Yes, he did miss the black in the previous frame and got a reprieve, but how well did he take that reprieve? And there's another cracker. He's flying now, is the Welshman.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot. He's got the bit between his teeth. Look where the cue ball is. It's close to being dead on the cushion. And he struck that in as though it was easy. And this is what Kyren Wilson's been doing to him.
4.
Black will go to the left corner if he wants to play for it.
Fine.
This is a completely different player now, Jack Jones. He's got his belief back. Had a chance in the last frame, Kyren Wilson, to punish. And played a cannon to a red and didn't get it. No, didn't get it thick enough anyway.
It just shows how quickly the momentum can shift, because if Wilson had cleared up there, as looked quite possible,
12.
then that would have been a very deflating moment for Jones. Plus, he'd have been 7 behind again. It's just changed the narrative of this session. For the time being, at least,
13.
Wilson could still, of course, emerge with a 7-frame gap, the one he started the evening, or the afternoon, with until Jones took the final frame of that session. But equally, he might just be down to 3 frames, and then it really is game on the final day, and that's a lovely split from Jones.
How confident was this? Look at the
20.
cue ball. Look at the whiz on the cue ball, bringing it back for this red to the corner. Wow. If ever a man is inspired, it's Jack Jones.
21.
But mustn't miss any more easy balls because he won't always be let off.
$28. 29. 36. 37.
Yeah, groans from the audience knowing that he's the wrong side of the blue. But the way he's playing now, I'd be amazed if he didn't pop that red into the right corner. But he's given it a chance to happen by not being the right side of the blue.
42.
This is definitely a tester. If he wins this frame, he's won the session.
Yeah, he's looking good, isn't he? Still no emotion from his dad. Maybe that's where he gets it from, that coolness.
Well, his mum, Debbie, can't watch. She can't watch him live, can't watch him on TV. I gather she came up for a couple of days to do his washing and then headed back home
48.
again. So tell me the result. I'll watch it if he wins. Well, he's certainly doing his mum and dad proud in the way he's shown this now familiar fight from an extremely precarious opening.
Yeah, and what can Kyren Wilson do? He made a good break off. He got that cue ball close to the baulk cushion.
49.
And then he sees his opponent just float that red in for length of the table. Nothing you can do when your opponent plays like that.
He's been 8 out of 10 from long range tonight,
56.
Jones. Having not potted one in the first session. Barely got a look in, really, in the first 7 frames. 1 or 2 chances that went begging, but it was all about Kyren Wilson just monopolising the table. Tonight has been a different story. Wilson has continued to play well, but Jones has come to life. And he's very close now to getting to within 4 again.
Well, he's showing why he's in this world final, isn't he?
64.
Inspired snooker. That's all you can call it.
Well, this has actually
65.
been arguably his best snooker of the entire tournament, which is a compliment to how well Kyren Wilson is playing. Because even if he wins this frame, he's still going to be 4 clear. But in terms of fluency and the quality of his potting, this is as good as Jones has produced over these 16 days. And this frame is now surely his. And this final is coming alive.
71.
That's the red that he knocked in from the break-off. Doesn't get any better than that.
79.
And it would be really nice for him to make a century, his first century of the final. He's down at 25 seconds a shot now.
84.
And I think he's quicker than that, actually.
85.
His highest break of this final so far.
90.
No.
No century, but a fine break launched by a brilliant red from Jack Jones, who is well and truly back in contention here. Kyren Wilson leads 10-6.
Thank you. The final frame of this session. Jack Jones to break.
It's been a thrilling session of snooker, worthy of any world final, and Jack Jones is going to break off in the final frame of it, looking to close the gap to 3, and who would have believed that when he trailed 7-0?
Not the best break-off, though, from Jack Jones. Cue ball not close enough to the cushion. This red sticking out is a chance. Now, has he been affected? Not according to that.
Anything you can do, says the Warrior. What a pot.
Yeah, good pot, but you expect them to pot them when the cue ball is not close to the cushion. And Jack will be disappointed with that break. It's given Kyren Wilson a chance
4.
to start imparting some of his personality into this game.
Five.
2 reds just above the black. Could be the ones to play for, doesn't have to, because the other one leads to the black as well, the one to the right of the pink. And that's the one he's played for. Look at that. That tells you how good it is. 92% for Kyren and 90% for Jack.
And that means Jones has raised his percentage by over 20 in this session.
11.
But this is a chance for Wilson to end this session on a high and maintain what would still be a very commanding lead to put him within 7 frames of the world title.
18.
Look at how tight it's been tonight.
19.
Punch and counter punch comes to mind. Neither player wanting to give an inch.
$26. 27.
The only certainty is that a 23rd player will be crowned world champion here at the Crucible at some point tomorrow. The first time that there'll definitely be a new name on the trophy since Sean Murphy beat Matthew Stevens back in 2005.
34.
Both players searching for their first world title. Wilson, of course, in his second final.
Oh, very close to going in off. But
35.
he's finished okay on the green. It's missable for sure, but it's potable. Chance to keep the break going. He's missed it. He missed it by a long way. And listen to the crowd.
35.
All of a sudden, this game isn't as easy as it was for Kyren Wilson. I'm sure Kyren didn't expect Jack to come out this evening playing as well as this. 90% pot success.
His whole demeanour has been different this evening. Of course, it started with the last frame of the first session. It just gave him something to build on, making a frame-winning break. We saw him ironically pumping his fist. Crowd responding, big smile on his face. I've got one at least. I seem to remember Dennis Taylor putting his finger up when he got his first frame against Steve Davis back in 1985. Well, that's one. At least I've got one. Well, he managed to get another 17 after that. And Jack Jones has cut a completely different figure this evening. He's looked relaxed, he's been smiling, he's been embracing the occasion, enjoying the final, enjoying the battle.
6.
And it's reflected in the scoreline. He's won 5 of the 8 tonight. Wilson's played some great stuff himself. Can he make it 6 out of 9? Then he is truly back in the hunt.
$11.
Well, he is going to need that red near the left side cushion, but it's not too difficult where it is. potted one harder than that to win the frame a couple of frames ago.
12.
The only thing that surprises me is, where has Jack Jones been?
19.
The way that he's playing. He's playing top 16 standard.
Well, he's guaranteed to be in the top 16 regardless of the result of this final after getting this far. Started the tournament as world number 44, the second lowest qualifier to come through after Robbie Williams.
20.
The lowest ranked player since Murphy in 05 to get to the final. He wouldn't be the first player to suffer in the early frames on his World Championship final debut. We saw it with Ding. But he's certainly warmed to the task now.
27.
Can he finish this session on a high?
To be fair, he doesn't look like missing, does he?
34.
Could have done with just being a little harder there. May have to go down for the blue again. Got to get the right side. And he's
35.
the wrong side, which puts pressure on the next red. The way he's playing, you'd expect him to pot it, but he knows that he should have been the right side of the blue. That blue takes him 5 points in front.
40. 41.
Still plenty of work to do though for Jones. He's only 6 in front. Absolute concentration required. And he's still got that slightly awkward red to negotiate on the side cushion.
48.
Got to leave an angle on the black. Ooh,
49.
all of the pocket again. And that looks a good angle to drop in behind the red.
I think he thought he'd missed that. He was up very quickly, willing it to drop, and it did.
The black puts him 21 points in front. Another red and a black.
$56.
Just the black needed. And the only problem with this is that he's going to be on the yellow. If he gets it, he's going to be on the yellow if he misses it.
The biggest shot of his championship so far. It's there, it wobbled, but it dropped. One snooker required for Kyren Wilson, who led 10-4, courtesy of a magnificent century, and seemed to be ready to pull away to an unassailable lead. What a response from the Welshman, Jack Jones. Well, that was in. It looked in and it came out again.
Jack Jones, 64.
So just one snooker. Not safe yet. we don't know if he's snookered as yet. I don't think he is. The green has gone into a nice spot for snookers. It's going to be close, this. Oh, what a shot. And this isn't easy to hit. And this would really hurt if he should lose this one, Jack.
And there's nothing safe to save him. Everything's there to be potted for Wilson.
I said straight away, as soon as he hit the green, it's gone into a good spot. Now he's got to think about where the cue ball's going to finish if he misses it. He doesn't want to play it too hard and leave the yellow on if he misses the yellow. If I were him, I'd try and leave the cue ball on the baulk cushion if I miss the yellow. And I'm sure he's thought of all of that. He's pretty good, you know, getting out of snookers. But this is a tough one. It's not far away. Excellent shot. Full ball. He hit that one full ball. What a shot. And the correct speed as well. Had he missed it, the cue ball would have been on the baulk cushion with no chance of a pot for Kyren Wilson. He's a cool customer, this young man.
It was a terrific hit, wasn't it?
It was a great snooker, wasn't it? Two great shots from two great players.
Not out of the woods yet, of course. It's still only the one snooker needed.
Well, that's a snooker, full ball. And again, it's missable. Big swerve, this big swerve. Now, he didn't think about that enough like he did the last one. And he's missed it, and he's left a chance at this yellow for Kyren Wilson. Not an easy one, for sure.
Dad can't watch. This was a very tough swerve, wasn't it? Needed to get a lot of action on the cue ball. A late twist in this final frame of the session.
Where's that cue ball? Oh, he could have done without that knuckle. It's turned this green into a tough pot and positional shot. Had it missed that knuckle, it would have been relatively simple to pot the green and get onto the brown. Heart in the mouth time for everyone.
I think it's even harder for those watching than it is for the two players down there. Going through all kinds of pain at the moment.
Great with the rest, but this is high intensity pressure. He's played it well, very well.
5.
Brown to blue, not simple. Pink to black, not simple.
Tough moments for Jones. He must have thought he got himself back to within 3 frames. Now he's just got to sit and hope.
That is not the best shot he's ever played. Should have been closer.
How much pressure on this shot?
And how much on the next, because he's going to leave himself a long pink.
Needs the 3 colours for a monumentally big steal.
Right in the middle.
14.
Well, he's backed himself to get this pink, Kyren Wilson.
Long way off.
Yeah, and it could have gone anywhere, couldn't it, that pink? It just shows you nerves can affect anybody. And when it comes down to safety, Jack Jones has been a master at the safety this 2 weeks.
What an end to a thoroughly compelling session of snooker. Jack Jones just needs the pink.
Cue ball.
Oh no.
Cue ball.
Oh no. Oof. That would have been calamitous.
Similar type of shot. If he takes it on. Oh, this time it goes in. And where's that cue ball going to finish?
6.
Oh, wow. Would you want this? Would you want this?
To lead by 5 going into the final day of the World Championship.
Couldn't have got any closer without dropping. But look where the black's gone.
Families with heads in hands. Drama that only this wonderful, historic Crucible Theatre can create.
Yeah, good shot. No, excellent shot.
Crowd getting a little overexcited, understandably. This is snooker entertainment at its finest.
That's a good shot. That's where he's played the black two, halfway up the cushion. And black somewhere behind the black spot. Cue ball back down table in the balk area. Well, he's gone the other way around. He's gone the other way around. Is it hard enough? Just.
A rueful grin from Kyren Wilson. Fractions can make a chasm of difference in this sport. Jones knows he's dodged a bullet there.
This is one of the most difficult shots to get safe. And that is as good as he could get. thinking of coming in behind the black and sending the black down the table. It could go in the middle. It could go in the corner. Well, can he be tempted? Can he be tempted by this black? It's a tough shot, and there should be distance between them if he misses it. I think it's worth a go for him. It's whether he thinks it. We'll tell you if it's in. No, it's not exactly safe. Overcut it by a distance. Well, what excitement. And another thin cut if he wants to take it on.
That is mighty thin. So thin you might miss it in trying to pod it.
And thin enough for it to go in off as well.
Yeah, no control of the cue ball. It'll be racing around the table, wary to take it on.
Delighted. He's delighted with that.
Imagine if we had this scenario tomorrow at 17 each.
Now, will he come in behind the black again? Can always go in the middle pocket. That's why you can play this shot, and if it misses the middle pocket, it's safe on the black cushion. Always worth playing it. Now it's that same shot again. Remember, he played it a few shots ago, halfway up the cushion. He's just hard enough. He's just hard enough. If I remember rightly, he won 5 black ball games against Si Jiahui.
One of which was a respot.
Yeah, if it comes to black ball games, I think you always fancy Jack Jones. He's just got that grit, determination. Now, will he play the double or the easy safety? It's the double. He's got a good cue ball, and that's what he played. He played that good cue ball. Now, this still isn't an easy shot for length of the table. Any fingernails left?
Shake of the head from Jack Jones. Is this the final shot of the evening? It's there, and it's a session of snooker to grace any world final in any era. Wonderful entertainment for this Crucible crowd. Jack Jones has fought back valiantly. He's won the session by 5 frames to 4, but Kyren Wilson has taken a dramatic final frame on the black, and look what it means, a fist pump from the Warrior. He's 7 frames away from the World Championship title. He leads overnight, 11 frames to 6.
Kyren Wilson.
Truly memorable. Wilson to get us underway 7 frames from the title. At one stage, it looked like being a complete procession when Wilson continued in the same vein as he's done from the very first round. Quite outstanding in building a 7-0 lead. Jack Jones looked a little fatigued, looked a little edgy in his chair in a way that he hasn't to this point of the tournament, but he came fighting back hard last night and has made a real game of it. And what a pot to open the final day from the Welshman, and what a session it was last night, Joe Johnson.
Yeah, and what an opening red. He was a little unfortunate getting the kiss on that red. That's left him with more difficult blue than it could have been. And that's what I mean.
Jack Jones won.
He deserved to be closer to the object ball after such a great long pot, but that kiss on the red turned that blue into a real pressure shot. Well, what excitement they both gave us last night.
Shades of 1985 in the final frame. Down to the final black after Kyren Wilson had needed a snooker. It was looking like 10-7. And then Jones is very much back in it, but Wilson managed to get the snooker, potted the final black. And how important is that going to be? You saw his reaction when it went in, the fist pump. He knew how big that frame was.
8.
Yeah, 10-7 would have sounded a lot better to that man. He'd have done his job. 6-3 would have won the session for that one ball.
9.
Still won it 5-4, which is a positive. He's got to apply himself exactly the same way.
Realistically, you've got to think that Jones needs to win this session.
16.
This was the double he attempted. He got pretty close. That's why the black stayed close to the pocket.
17.
Well, that couldn't have turned out much better. This was the final black that Kyren potted, and it wasn't easy for length of the table. And there's the fist pump that Philip was alluding to. Well, Kyren,
25.
he likes to get the balls open pretty quickly. He doesn't want to be involved in long battles of safety, which Jack Jones really competed in last night. His safety is excellent, and Kyren Wilson knows this. That's why he's got into those reds as soon as possible. Well, I don't think he played the cannon there. I think he tried to slide past those reds.
32.
Nothing goes into this left corner. Does one go to the right corner? I don't think it does. I think he's out of position. So that's kind of a let-off. That poor positional shot from Kyren there. And not enough side on the cue ball. That was another poor safety.
Kyren Wilson, 32.
He'll be disappointed with that.
Both players did speak after last night's session. Jones mentioning that he has felt tired at the start of this final. He spent more than 20 hours to get to this final than Wilson has. Of course, he came through 2 rounds of qualifying and was engaged in a couple of quite grueling matches. Zhang Anda, even though he won comfortably enough, 10-4. As he knocks the red in, and of course, the Stuart Bingham match, which he won 17-12, was quite an arduous match at times in terms of the length of the frames, but listen to the applause again. He has not lacked for support during this tournament.
Well, what a terrific shot, Philip. That was a terrific shot. And why was he allowed to pot it? Because Kyren Wilson played a very poor safety. Said at the time that he's followed a bad 'un with a bad 'un. He potted the black and tried to get position on the reds and failed to do so, getting a cannon. And then instead of playing a really good safety, he left the cue ball near the baulk line. And that's given Jack Jones a chance. And these are thoughts that Kyren Wilson will be thinking. There's no doubt about that. Why did I play such a poor safety? Why did I get that cannon to the red when I played to miss them? And he's got to sit there and hope he gets another chance. Otherwise this will hurt.
Five.
If Jones can win this session, the worst he'll be is 3 frames behind, and that gives him every chance
12.
this evening. If he only shares it, then of course he's going to remain 5 adrift, with Wilson only 3 away. So winning this session, just as he did last night, imperative, you would think.
13.
He managed to win 3 frames in a row from 7-0 behind. And it was looking like another 3-frame burst until the high drama of the back end of the last frame of the evening. But if anyone can overcome that disappointment of having had a frame 1 barring a snooker, it's this guy, because he has been quite extraordinarily resilient mentally throughout this tournament. And he's really embraced it as well. He's thoroughly enjoyed it.
20.
The change in demeanour last night from the first session was very evident. Engaging with the crowd, smiling, and they responded.
Yeah, not ideal on this red though. I'm not even sure if he's on it. I'm not sure if he's on the one to the middle either. Well, maybe he is, and it's just a gentle cannon to the red below it to leave himself on the pink to the middle, and well recovered. Played it well, and in prime position now. You would expect him to win the frame at this visit. As he takes these reds, it releases other reds. Well, he's going to be in the top 16 after this tournament, win or lose. And boy,
27.
does he deserve to be there. He's played superb snooker,
28.
showing the world how well he can play.
He's already the lowest ranked finalist since Sean Murphy lifted the title in 2005. Murphy was 48th in the world. Jones coming in at 44th.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed with that positional shot.
35.
I thought he would have played for the red above the cue ball into the left middle. That would have cleared the way for this red directly above the black. But by playing for that red first, he was frightened of the cover and underhit it by a long way. Now, not only does he need a good pot here, but he needs a good kiss or good position.
That'll certainly do. Nicely on the blue. Good recovery shot from Jones.
Yeah, that's when things are going for you. On another day, kisses the blue, and he's not on anything. I'll tell you, this young man is not giving up without a fight. He shouldn't have had the chance. Kyren Wilson ran out of position when he was in amongst the balls. And then played a poor safety.
.42.
Superb positional shot. Absolutely spot on.
49. $50.
It's like it's never been gone. He's striking the ball that well.
56.
Just checking the scoreboard. 25 ahead, needs both reds. Just trying to leave that cue ball on the colour to be able to get to that last red. It's not just a matter of playing onto a colour. You need the angle to get to the red.
57.
And that's not the best one. You may have to go across the table now and back across again. Wants that cue ball close to the cushion. And that will do. Nicely played. It doesn't want to be dead.
63.
Just this red then to close the gap.
That's probably the worst position he could have landed, actually. It's so difficult to cue there. That's the great red that he knocked in, but if you notice where the cue ball was, it was by the baulk line. So it's the safety shot from Kyren Wilson that has allowed him to make this break. Well, it's awkward cueing that, isn't it? Oh, just wriggled in, and that's all it needed to do.
64.
And further care required after what happened last night.
Pink ball.
33 the difference, so Wilson needs 2 snookers on this occasion.
Jack Jones, 64.
A very good break of 64, but Wilson, of course, coming back.
Yeah, he could have rolled up behind the pink there. Could have pushed a colour safe, just in case he gets the 2 snookers. Chose to go to pot the pink, which would have sealed the frame completely.
And this time, the yellow does go in. It stayed out last night and it came back to bite. Three snookers now. This shouldn't be difficult to hit. Wilson's going to
Jack Jones, 2.
try and turn this around. Nice swerve, nicely controlled. Wilson, at the end of the session last night, acknowledged how well his opponent had played. It was a very high-quality session. Wilson himself played some terrific stuff. The century he made for 10-4 was as good as you'll see. But the biggest frame, undoubtedly, was the last one. It made a huge difference in terms of the momentum of this match. Mark Selby, of course, overturned a 10-7 overnight lead against John Higgins back in 2017, having been 10-4 down at one stage, just as Jones was.
Three. Seven.
Two snookers on the blue to tie the frame. Just under hit it though.
Kyren Wilson, 7.
That settles this first frame of the penultimate session for sure. Jack Jones' dad, Colin, watching on, inscrutable as always, just like his son.
Jack Jones, 5.
The perfect start for the underdog. Kyren Wilson nods his head. The gap is back to 4 frames. Wilson still 7 away. He leads 11 frames to 7.
The 19th frame, Jack Jones to break.
They've both come an awfully long way since their first meeting way back in 2011. That was at Q School. Jones was 3-0 up, and on that occasion it was Wilson with the comeback to win 4-3. Rather different surroundings for this meeting.
Yeah, that double kiss, he just avoided that yesterday, that same shot. He wasn't playing to pot it. He's playing the cue ball back to the baulk area. But he leaves the chance for Jack Jones. The black will go to this left corner pocket. Had he won that last frame last night, which he should have done, his opponent needed a snooker, he would now have been 10-8.
Paul Collier just dealing with a bit of fluff on the table by the looks of things. Oh no, might be an insect actually. 32 years a referee, Paul. His 4th World Final, his last World Final before he takes up a directorial role at World Snooker. That's the first victim of the day.
Yeah, he won't be making any comebacks, will he?
Eight.
A surprising miss.
Jack Jones
Hasn't left
8.
anything, but that's a surprising miss. It's come from nowhere, that one. I'm sure Kyren Wilson thought he was going to be 30, 40, maybe even the frame behind. Possible double here, maybe.
"62 centuries at this year's championship, 28 less than the 90 we had last season. And a lot of the talk around the first week or so of this championship was how much
Touching ball.
tougher the tables seemed to be playing. That said, Kyren Wilson has made 4 centuries in this final, 8 for the tournament. A couple of them total clearances. He started the final in that vein. Interesting to hear Wilson discussing how different he feels he is as a player compared with when he was in the final 4 years ago. A very different situation, of course. It was a summer final because of the pandemic. He played RonnieO'Sullivan in front of a limited crowd, and for most of the tournament there were no fans at all. But he just feels he's a better player now, heavier scorer for sure. In his opinion, he hits the ball better. He's made a hatful of centuries this season. That was identified as a weakness a few seasons ago in terms of his cue ball control, but 453 career centuries now, 69 of them in this campaign. One of those frames where whoever gets in next is going to have a great chance to win it.
Yeah, he took a risk there. He could so easily have left a red over one of those middle pockets, but he's got a pretty good cue ball. And that was the intention of the shot. Get that cue ball as close to the black cushion as he can. It's not quite dead, which would have made a massive difference. What a big shot he's taken on there. That was gutsy, and what a shot. And that puts your opponent under great pressure. That's showing no fear and sends a big message. I'm not afraid to go for them, And if they go in, every chance of winning the frame. Played the cannon and played it very well.
6. Seven.
Well, losing that last frame last night for Jack Jones hasn't
11.
diminished his resolve. He's still up there fighting. These 4 reds surrounding the pink, all covering one another, unless there's a plant there. So not easy to play onto a red down this end of the table. But still got reds he can play for down the baulk end. Now, does he try and play a gentle little cannon here to the red, just below the pink, to the right? If he can catch that full ball, he's on reds. And he caught it full ball with the help of the pink. But what good vision. That
17.
has really opened these 4 reds now. What a delightful little shot that was.
18.
It really is remarkable what Jones has been doing at the Crucible, not just this year, but last, of course, making his debut, beating Hawkins in qualifying, then beating Carter and Robertson, pushing Allen close, and then basically going into hibernation for 12 months. 1 round of 16.
25.
In between that run and this run to the title match. Hang on. Ooh.
26.
That'll take a couple of years off your life. But there's something about this tournament that brings out the absolute best in Jones. He loves the slow burn of these long matches. He's not fazed by going behind, he's proved that.
33.
He's not fazed by reputation, as he demonstrated against Trump.
Yeah, I just wonder how it'd be
34.
if he does get level, or even in front. Will he have that same resolve, or will the enormity of the situation get to him?
Right now, I bet he's thinking, just give me the chance, Joe, just give me the chance.
Yeah. Well, he's earning the chance. This was the red that he took
41.
on to the middle and potted. And what a great shot it was. Doesn't need to bring that red off the side cushion. Happy to leave it there.
42. $47.
55 points the lead. Depending on colours, may need another 3 reds.
$48. $52.
$75 left, so a couple more reds for his second straight frame. Where's the cue ball? Oh, goodness, it just shaved the jaw.
53.
I thought it was in anyway. It just caught that near knuckle, didn't it? Only just, but I still thought it was going to drop. Needs one more red. But the way the table's situated, it was very, very difficult to get 5 reds, 5 blacks from there.
An eyebrow-raising moment, very nearly a hair-raising one. That cue ball had gone in as it is. This to get back to within 3 for the first time since he trailed 3-0. And it's there.
59.
Two snookers to tie for Wilson.
So push the black safe.
Jack Jones, 59, and the frame.
This time, Kyren Wilson concedes, and this world final is getting more and more interesting. Wilson now leading by just 3 frames.
The 20th frame. Kyren Wilson to break.
You could have got odds of anything up to 200 to 1 on Jones at the outset of this tournament. And look at that, what a stat. Can he maintain it and get back in at the start of this 3rd frame of the day? Not this time.
It wasn't far away though, was it? These are the kind of shots that he's been knocking in all week, Kyren Wilson. But it's 17 minutes since his last pot. Awkward cueing.
And a bit of noise from the back of the crucible as well, which has just caused Wilson to have a little timeout. The mini butt on the end of the cue just to give him a bit more room to manoeuvre with this shot. Big shot.
Yeah, good pot. You know, after what's just happened to him in the last 2 frames, that was a pretty good shot. But only 1 red out that I can see, maybe a couple. The 2 reds to the right of the pink, I'm not sure if they will go to the right corner. So if that's the only red that goes, he may have to take the brown here. Got to be accurate with his positional play. Although if he does play for that red next to the black, he could be on 1 to the left middle. It's at full stretch. He's too hard. Or not hard enough, whichever way you want to look at it.
5.
And again, that's not a good safety. Catching the green full in the face, leaving the cue ball on the baulk line. Hasn't left anything on, but the safety's easier from there than it would have been tight to the baulk cushion. I don't think he can take this red on and be on anything unless he could play the cannon to the black, and that's very risky. What a picture. Again, his safety is normally so strong, but that hasn't even reached the baulk line. These are worrying times for Kyren Wilson fans. Last two safety shots have been poor. A nice little rub on the brown. And these little rubs don't go unnoticed by Kyren Wilson. And now you can see 74% safety success for Kyren. Jack Jones well in front on the safety. That's the one that really counts, pot success.
And the point to make about that is that at one stage Jones was down in the 60s, so to now be up at 86 shows the tremendous improvement in his game since the first 7 frames of this final. He was closer to the mid-90s last night. They both were. Wilson still well in front in terms of balls potted. He's the man who's made the big breaks, the 4 centuries.
Very attacking shot. Now, has he got a bit of luck? Has he covered that red? He has. The red picture shows that he's covered the red. Missing the red and leaving it over the middle pocket like that, he's entitled to leave it on. But when things are going for you, that's a great pot. That really is a superb pot, and played it in such a way that he wasn't leaving that easy red onto the middle. Okay, he'd left it to the corner, but more difficult. Terrific pot. I'm just pointing out the clever way that he played it to not leave the red on. So now, decent chance. I don't think the pink goes to the left corner, and the black difficult to get onto to the left corner. So if the pink doesn't go, may have to play back down for the blue again. Needs to keep running.
7.
Needs to keep running. He's straight. And what a difference. If it runs, he's got a great chance of playing on that red mark number 1, which would have led him to the black. Plenty of left-hand side on the cue ball. But is he on anything? I don't think he is.
12.
Nope, nothing there. This game can be so difficult sometimes. It just at a little angle. So I've got to try and put Jones under some safety. Under some pressure with the safety, should I say. And again, that's not close enough to the cushion. Can get his bridge on the table. won't be happy with the speed of the table yet. He hasn't found it. And you see, you can't knock them in if the cue ball is tight to the cushion. Look where the cue ball is with Jack Jones. Okay, he's potted the red, but that's where he's played the cue ball to. Now, is this green cuttable? Super long shot. Deserves to be on a colour.
Bramble.
Just cozying up to the brown.
Jack Jones 1.
Mark Williams specialises in that shot. He's got a feather-like touch. Sometimes you can overhit them, or even underhit them, even worse. Leave yourself snookered. Better shot than it looked, given he was using the extensions, and he's been pretty good with the rest. In fact, he's matched Kyren Wilson in that department. Wilson arguably the best in the game with the rest. But like Wilson, he's only missed 2 in this match, and that was a good one.
Yeah, pink may go to that right middle.
There's a small matter of the money riding on this match. £300,000 more for the winner than the runner-up, $500,000 in total. And incredibly, that would propel Jack Jones from his tournament starting 44th up to 6th in the world. Kyren Wilson would be 3rd if he wins it. Oh, but that was a bit of a wild one. Very uncharacteristic, and
Jack Jones 6.
the damage could be significant.
He had to try and force that cue ball out of the red, so that's why he had to hit it that hard. But when you're playing a shot like that, you've got to put all your concentration into the pot, not the cue ball. And it could have been worse, because this isn't as straightforward to get position. Yeah, that wasn't straightforward, and neither is this blue.
Plenty of pressure on this, given the way this penultimate session has started for Kyren Wilson.
Well, I'm not sure what he played for there. Maybe the red by the pink spot
6.
will go to the right corner. Looks like it will. So this is the one that he played for.
Seven.
It's okay being the wrong side with that red in the baulk area. would like to get the pink back on its spot.
12.
So may well play for the pink. If he's not ideal on it, he'd be on one of the other colours. Oh, wow. How did that
13.
go in? He's suffering at the moment, Kyren Wilson.
Brilliant slow-mo just to indicate how much that red considered staying out before deciding to drop.
Not near enough to the object ball. Got great cue power, Kyren Wilson.
70.
He could have got a lot closer to these reds. He may play for the black here. It's just as difficult to play down for the blue. But he's playing down for the blue. Or pink. Well, again, he didn't pot
18.
that one clean. He's on the verge of missing. You can almost feel it. That's a better positional shot if it holds up.
23.
And I don't think there's any need to play for the black, but he may do.
$24.
Confident pot that from Kyren Wilson. Well appreciated by his family.
31.
They must be going through all kinds of torment. Now that's better. The right
32.
side of the blue makes it easy to get back to these reds. 42-point lead.
Blue-red colour should be enough.
He needed this frame.
37.
Could have gone wrong a
38.
few times. One or two balls threatening to stay out, but Wilson now on the cusp. This blue, Jones would need a snooker. Jack Jones
43.
missed the red into this left corner by quite a margin, having to play it with pace.
Yeah, what was worse, he opened the pack up completely, didn't he? Which is what his intention was.
44.
Well, that certainly seals the deal.
$49. $50. Kyren Wilson, 50 and a frame.
That half century, more than enough for Kyren Wilson. A nerve-settling frame for him to put him 4 clear again here at the Crucible. He leads Jack Jones by 12 frames to 8. As Wilson himself said ahead of this final, you never know
the 21st frame.
when or if you'll get
Jack
another
Jones
one.
to break.
They're both going to leave it all on the line today. Frame 21. The last before the interval, and that is a very poor break-off from Jones. That's 2 poor shots back-to-back. Shake of the head from him on the way back to his chair. The previous one with the misread cost him the frame. How pricey is that one going to be?
One.
I think he can get to the black from this red.
Three.
And if this comes off, he should be in amongst them.
Four.
Confidently played.
That well-crafted half-century in the previous frame has just eased a little of the pressure on Wilson because he was struggling a bit. First couple of frames, some safety errors, a couple of missed pots. But getting himself 4 clear again has improved things, and of course he'll be more than happy to share
11.
these mini sessions. That's plenty. If he does that, the score will take care of itself.
12.
Bringing more reds into play with that shot.
$19. 20.
Again, trying to get those reds open. And it could have been kinder. He's got a red to the middle and one to the corner, but neither are easy. Slightly hampered queuing as well. Makes it a little bit more difficult. Wasn't sure.
28.
Now, if the red passes the brown into the yellow pocket, doesn't need to do anything with the cue ball, just drop it in. And there you can see it does go. Oh, he's lost the cue ball a little. Likes to stun balls in.
Every one of these points
33.
that Wilson's accumulating is hurting Jones because he's gifted his opponent this chance with the poor break-off hitting the blue.
$34.
And now, back in prime position. Care needed with that cue ball.
$39. $40.
And a nice angle on the black, just to stun up for that red above it.
$47. $48.
Yeah, this is high-class snooker. You make one mistake, you pay the price. Jack Jones made that mistake of hitting the blue. I'm looking like it's going to cost him dearly. Here it is again.
55.
It wasn't hard enough to get to the balk line anyway, but hitting the blue made it just that little bit more easier for Kyren Wilson.
And despite the great start Jones made to this penultimate session, if Wilson does win this frame, he's made no inroads overall. He'll still be 5 behind. A little bit of movement in the crowd. Wilson just pausing before gathering his concentration again. He knows what a big frame this is to share this little session. Job done.
56. $61. 62.
So this pink should see him safe, well, at least needing snookers. Jack Jones. Or the black.
No dramas. Kyren Wilson remaining
69.
rock solid. He has played so well in this tournament. He's taken
70.
care of his other opponents with plenty to spare. Come into this tournament feeling fresh after, for him, a poor season. Just one semi-final in Germany. But a holiday with his family
76.
prior to this tournament, then a couple of weeks of intensive practice.
77.
And we're seeing the results.
Yeah, looking to make his 5th century of this final.
For Jones, the frustration that 2 poor
83.
shots have cost him 2 frames. The red in the previous one. The break off in this. No century.
Kyren Wilson, 83.
But 83 will do just fine for Kyren Wilson, who's edging ever closer to becoming a world champion. The mini session is shared. That's not really good enough for Jack Jones. Wilson 5 away. He leads at the interval by 13 frames to 8. Jones started out this afternoon, I'm sure, feeling he had to win this session. He still can. But that means he's got to win 3 of the remaining 4 frames this afternoon. Anything else, and the task will be mountainous. And Wilson's level, as mentioned in the studio, just has not dropped. He's had moments where he's looked under pressure, and how can you not be in a match of this gravitas? But his standard from first ball to the present has been extremely high. Jones continuing to go for his shots. Got close with that one, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, got second prize though and covered the red. He was going so well, wasn't he, Jack Jones? He won the first 2 frames, and then he played that red into the left corner, slamming the cue ball into the reds, trying to find a path out of the reds. But left a red on, and full marks to Kyren Wilson, who was under pressure. But he knocked in a lovely 50 break.
And that was compounded by Jones when he cannoned into the blue off his break-off, which proved to be his final shot of that frame. 83 from Wilson to get out of that session unscathed. Very nearly, well, he did just shave the blue this time, though, not full ball.
That's what he's been so good at, though, Philip, getting that cue ball close to the cushion. Yeah, couldn't have caught that one any better. That was an excellent safety from tight under the cushion. Full length of the table, 12 feet. Catching that red superbly. And that's where Jack's safety has been for 2 weeks. Look at that. And that keeps your opponent under real pressure.
Next time it's Wilson with an unintended cannon on a colour, in this case the black, and this is an opportunity for Jones.
Very aggressive, wasn't it, that shot from Wilson? He wasn't far away from the pot. And getting that cue ball back down to the baulk area and into safety. But he's left a chance for Jack. Now, if Jack can win this mini session 3-1, he's right back in it. And there's no reason why he shouldn't, because he did it yesterday. Nearly did it twice.
Six. Yeah, sure.
Played it superbly. Choice of black or blue. That's the break off. And that's what cost him the game. Kyren Wilson made 83 off of that failed break off. But what this guy has got, he's got a terrific way of forgetting about the poor shots that he's made. Soon puts them out of his mind, and that's what you've got to do to win big tournaments. Needs a bit of luck. I don't think he got any.
14.
He's unfortunate here. He's played into the reds, fully expecting to be on one, but unfortunately, just the safety.
Jack Jones, 14.
Yes, that resilience of Jones was evidenced at the start of today's session. He would have gone to bed last night bitterly disappointed to lose the final frame when he had Wilson needing a snooker, losing it in the most dramatic circumstances on the black. But he came out this afternoon as though that hadn't happened. 2 tremendous frames to close the gap to 3, but it's back at 5 again. It doesn't feel as though Wilson's level's going to drop, so it's going to take something extraordinary from Jones, as well as he's playing, to bridge this gap. The sport's ultimate red letter day, the final day of the final. Where would you rather be?
On the table.
Those days are gone, Joe, I'm afraid. Well, until the seniors, anyway.
Yeah, which starts straight after this, pleased to say. Still some tickets left from World Snooker website. 2 cushion escape. And I think he caught the red first, but the pink
Foul.
Oh, that's unfortunate, but
Kyren
more
Wilson,
importantly,
6.
he hasn't left a red on. Gladly give 6 points away not to leave a red on. That red going towards the corner, and when you play off the reds thick, you just do not know what's going to happen to them. And he's pushed reds over both corners. Now, not straightforward to get to a colour, although the pink looks as though it will go to the middle if he just drops it in. If he plays it just a little bit harder, it's not quite so easy to be good on the black or blue. Now, what will he choose? He played it hard, and that's where you take the risk. He'll be very fortunate if the pink goes into that left corner. Well, doesn't look like it from there, but he's right behind the shot. The blue is a much tougher shot, or the black. Could do with this pink going. What do you think?
You better be right. No. And what a chance he's left now.
Jack Jones,
I
1.
think he was trying to convince himself that went, but it didn't look as though it did.
No, but he missed the red by a long way, to be fair. The pink should have been nearly hitting the red. He must have thought it went, Philip, otherwise he wouldn't have played it, would he? But what a chance now for Kyren Wilson.
Eight. Nine.
Well, he could have been better on the black here. Not easy to hold for an easy red. That's the main thing, the black going in.
$16.
Lost the cue ball, and that's a life for Jack Jones, one that he desperately needed as well. This black will pot, but it's such a difficult one. I suppose with a 5-frame lead, you can afford to take them on. No, too high. Now, any position? Any position?
17.
Not good position. Misread down the cushion, 5 frames behind. Real tough shots. And he's got to stun it in, because if he rolls it in, he won't be able to see the black. Makes it more difficult.
This isn't pretty though, is it? This is a nasty one when you're 5 frames adrift. That's well cued.
Has he managed to hold the cue ball? What a great chance this is.
Would certainly have feared the worst just now when he failed with the red. So this is a chance, I'm sure, he didn't expect to get to edge back in front in this third session. This is the black that Kyren missed.
8.
Undercut it by quite a margin, actually.
Got to start applying pressure, Jack Jones.
9.
Could have done with going past the blue. He's stunned onto the blue, but he's left himself rather straight on the pink. Need to get close to the next colour, be it red or any other colour.
$15. $16. $23. $24. $31. $32.
Well, he survived the pink that he missed into the left corner, and he must have thought it
39.
went into that corner. It didn't look like it would go to me, but you're not right behind the shot, are we? But he did miss it by a long way. The pink didn't get close to hitting the red, but he survived it.
Another little tester under pressure with the rest. Every shot is a test at this stage.
40.
The margin for error now for Jones getting ever smaller. This feels like a frame he must win given the reprieve he had. Wilson missing the black after Jones had missed this pink.
So needs another red in the colour and another rest shot. But my word, he's been very successful with the rest.
46.
This red and high value colour should be enough.
Doesn't panic
47.
when he's using the rest. He just delivers the cue right through the ball.
Wilson needs a snooker if this goes in.
Cool, Mr. Cool.
$54.
And he's showing great resilience here. Great fighting qualities.
55.
From 7-0 down, he nearly got it back to 10-7 last night. Kyren Wilson needed a snooker to make it 11-6.
And then did get it back to 3 this afternoon at 11-8 before Wilson again responded. But Jones will not be subdued. Try as he might, Kyren Wilson has not quite been able as yet to land a killer blow. It's still a big ask for Jones, but this is the start he desperately needed to this final mini session before
70.
the finale tonight.
72.
And he's took these pretty quickly. Got on with it, been positive. Kyren Wilson knows he's still in a match.
75.
Makes a mistake, he gets punished, and that's what snooker should be at top level.
Has the chance to eclipse his best break of the final, which is 90.
79. $84.
And it would have been a century this had there been more balls on the table.
$90.
Well, when he missed the pink, it looked like it could be curtains in this frame for Jack Jones. And a 6-frame deficit. But Kyren Wilson then missed a tricky black. And Jack Jones has taken that reprieve with both hands to close once again to within 4 frames in this World Championship final, which remains engrossing. This first experience for him of a World Championship final.
Jack Jones to break.
Can he yet turn it around? What a story it would be. 201 outsider at the outset. Goodness knows what his odds were in this final at 7-0 down. Name your price. But he's shown typical determination and no little skill to get himself back in with a sniff. Kyren Wilson has continued to play extremely well and is still very much the favourite, but 5 frames still required for him.
Half chance. Not easy.
That's one area of Wilson's game that hasn't been as good as it's been throughout the tournament so far today, is safety. He's left the cue ball short on a number of occasions.
He's just not seen those thin shots, is he? And for somebody who plays long pots so well, where you have to hit exactly on where you want on the ball, he's not hitting exactly on the ball with these safety shots. And it might cost him. You can just about see the blue. I'm sat right behind the shot, actually. And I think I can see you can just about pot it. Oh, he missed the blue in one of the other frames, and he knows how important that could be.
Jack Jones won.
It wasn't difficult, you know. I missed it by a long way, actually. You can forgive both these players missing anything, really. I mean, look at what Judd Trump did and Stuart Bingham. Top players, but he got to them.
One.
All the talk during this World Championship has been about the future of this tournament and where it might be staged in the future and whether it might leave this crucible, and how money talks and how the place could be filled up 5 times over. But part of the challenge that the crucible creates is precisely because of its claustrophobic nature, the fact that you can't get too many people in, but the people you can are right on top of the players. That's what adds to the challenge. That's what makes it unique, that's what makes it special. And that's why getting your name on the trophy is so coveted. You're part of a very, very exclusive club.
7.
And will be forever. Joe polishes that cup every year.
I would if I could get my hands on it. For sure. The black just goes. Run through off 2 cushions for the red in the opposite corner.
$14.
Now, if he could leave the cue ball low on the black, he could go into the pack of reds, screw out of it for that red next to the black. That's an option. Don't say he has to play it.
15.
But that's what he's been playing. Get the reds open, try and win the frame at this visit. Now, is he going to play it into the reds with screw? Oh, beautifully played. Beautifully played. Look at the screw on the cue ball here, coming out for this red into the left
22.
corner. Just a little heavy maybe, but had he caught the reds a little thicker, he'd have been closer to the object ball. Wow. It's starting. It's starting.
Kyren Wilson, 22.
And it's catching. Both players missed easy shots in this frame, but it's to be expected. That's what's going to make this final so exciting. Not just the big breaks, but missing balls when you're in amongst them.
And particularly if Jones can have a strong finish to this little session. He's won the first after the interval. Needs to win a couple more. And then it really is game on tonight. It really is.
Another cool shot with the rest there for Jack Jones.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen.
Kyren showing that inevitably he's feeling it too. With the miss just now, it's given Jones this chance.
17.
He's a little short on the black though.
Yeah, it could do him a favour, that. He's got to go into the reds now, and if he could catch that red, that's directly above the black, just to the right slightly. Directly above the black. And that's the one he caught. Absolutely perfect. Again, what a cool shot this was. Had to catch that red to be on 24. Another red. It's not just a matter of going into them and hoping. You've got to try and hit that right red, and that's what he did there. Had to go down for the blue.
25.
And that's not a problem. Choice of reds to play for. No need to go into the reds or play delicate cannons. You could play onto either of two reds here. May have to screw around a couple of cushions, but wouldn't see him making a mess of it. If he can hold for the red, all well and good. Well, decided to play the cannon, and that could have gone wrong. It's okay, actually, but it could have gone wrong.
30. $31.
Just 10 points to the lead. Now, it's not straightforward,
36.
the next shot. The red directly above the black will go to the left corner, and that's the one that he's got to try and leave position on the black too. Doesn't want to be straight on the black here, and that looks just about
37.
right. To stun the black in and go up towards that red above the black. If he's not hard enough, he's got a red to the left middle. Would have liked to have been straighter on the red, but
44.
he'll have to go down towards the blue now, but he could play down for one of the baulk colours just to make sure he can get back to the reds. This is all about choice.
$45. Jack.
Again,
Thanks, and you can take an ill in the audience. You just want to take a minute? Okay, we're going to out.
somebody's been taken ill in the audience.
I want to stop her and break that she's not well.
No problem, says Jack Jones, so The lady in question going to get the assistance she needs.
So 24-point lead. Back to deep concentration. He could screw around the two cushions for that red into the right corner. Or again, he could play to go into them. It's always risky going into them though. You're not guaranteed to be on one, whereas you are if you play for that loose red. Oh, he caught the red, but it's okay. He didn't play that, but he'll take it.
50.
Just checking to see if this red that I mentioned earlier will go into that left middle. It looks like it will from here. Just checking the scoreboard. 29 points the difference. 37 with the red and the black. It would help if that red went, because he'd only need a red and a black. It looks like it will go. He thinks it goes. So, red and a black here.
58.
Or red and a pink even, but looks to be easier to play for the black.
Kyren Wilson missed one to that same left centre pocket. And this time, it's Jack Jones' turn to punish. Someone prematurely saying well played. He's not over the line just yet. For certain, he could do with these extra points, particularly given what happened last night.
Well, he needs this black first of all to leave Kyren Wilson needing snookers. And you're right, he could do with another red. Just made sure of the black.
Just the one snooker then.
And obviously
66.
not out of it yet. Won the last frame last night. Needed a snooker. So I'd like to see this disappear. And in it goes.
67.
Jack Jones has done what he did at the start of the afternoon. He's won the first two frames of this mini session as well. 4-2 up on the day. And back within three into double figures. A scoreline that seemed
73.
highly unlikely when Wilson powered into a 7-0 lead. But Jack Jones is made of granite. He really is. And this final is coming back to life. Kyren Wilson's lead shaved to 3 again at 13 frames to 10. And 2 gigantic frames to come with that in mind. Is Wilson going to power away again as he did in the second half of the pre-interval mini session? Or can Jones win at least one of these two to give himself a genuine chance tonight to pull off one of the great comebacks in the history of this tournament?
Yeah, it was a good point that Rhiannon Evans made there in the studio, that he is making mistakes, Jack Jones, in the early part of each frame, but he's not being punished like he was. Kyren was punishing him earlier, but not doing it now. And there's another chance for him to punish. Not an easy shot, this, that he's been left with, but a chance to punish. And that's how you put your player under pressure, your opponent under pressure, by punishing their mistakes. But this great championship, and especially the final, it just it's like the pendulum. It just swings backwards and forwards to both players. So many mind games. That's a good strike from Kyren Wilson. He's nicely on the pink. It was made a little easier because he knew he wasn't leaving anything. Nevertheless, very good. Good cueing.
Being attacked by some wildlife, I think. As if he hasn't got enough to contend with Jack Jones.
Pink spot held. So the pink going as close to its spot as it can. We have to keep reminding viewers that, because there's always new viewers that are watching, thinking, why is he putting the pink there? If you're going to put it as close to its spot as you can, it'd be above the red, wouldn't it? But no, that's the rules. It's got to go behind the pink spot, nearest the black cushion, in a straight line. That's if all other spots are held.
8.
Now, he could decide to go into them here. The black's tied up, the pink's tied up. Not the best angle, looking at it from there. Hit them well. Now is he on one? Thinking maybe. The red to the right of the black. He could be on that
13.
one. And if he is, he might, just might, decide to play the cannon to the red next to the black. Can he see enough of it? That's what he's bothered about, I think. And he's decided no, so just the safety is a bit unfortunate there, going into the pack, not being on a red.
Kyren Wilson, 13.
It's caught that much too thick, but look where the red's gone. Wow, what a stroke of luck. That could have been end of frame very easily. Still might, because this blue is not a gimme. Caught the reds too thick. And that red nearly hung on the lip. But finally, gravity took over. But so much pressure now on this blue. If he decides to play it, he doesn't have to play it. He could play the brown, leave the cue ball dead on the cushion somewhere near number 3.
Well, the only way's up when you look at those stats. He's yet to sink one from distance into either the yellow or green pocket. This would be a very good time to change that. Awkward cueing. Big shot for Jones.
Yeah, and that's why I said he didn't have to play it, you know. He was a long way off that. And he's knocked a red in.
Jack Jones 1, Kyren Wilson 5.
Even worse. I think the only good thing about it is that the black, blue and pink are not easy.
Pretty eventful visit, that, wasn't it, for Jones? Ultimately no good.
Well, that's not the best shot he's ever played. He's looking at the pink. But again, this is a real pressure ball if he decides to play it. Now, Jones could have played safe the last time he came to the table, but decided to take the blue one. He's so fortunate to have got through all them reds with the cue ball. That could have been a disaster. Right there, that could have been 13-11.
Well, they both had a bit of luck in this frame. Jones earlier fluking the red, ultimately came to nothing because he missed that awkward blue, but sure he'll just be pleased to be back at the table right now.
Yeah, that red will not pass the blue. He can't possibly take that red on. He's badly hampered by the green. There is another red he could play, but again, it's fraught with danger. And this is the one. This has to go in. Yeah, it was one of those shots where I had to go for it. Blue was sat there waiting. Now, is he going to survive this one? Long putt success, not brilliant for either player. So, chance.
One.
Kyren Wilson.
Six. Seven. He'd like to get the pink back on its spot, makes that break building just a little bit easier. The black doesn't go at the moment, so getting the pink back on its spot would be good. But decided to play for the blue. 13.
Yep, applause, tight under the cushion.
18.
Attempting the blue, good cueing.
$90. $24.
Since Jones really started to play and to contest in this final, what Wilson has been very good at doing is just keeping him at arm's length. Every time Jones has threatened to really make inroads into this deficit he's been facing, Wilson has been able to respond. And he's looking to do it again here. Guarantee himself a 3-frame lead going into the final session.
Yeah, but it was down to Jack Jones this frame because Kyren Wilson missed the pink to the right corner, found the gap between the reds and didn't leave an easy ball on. Had he left an easy ball there, could very well have been 13-11. So you need that bit of luck as well, not to be punished. And trying to win the frame just from the blue. Needs to get the right side of the blue here. If he decides to play for the blue, could play for the pink. All important to be the right side, and he's got there. Needs one more red after the blue.
The merest hint of a rueful grin on Jack Jones' face. He knows that this frame has surely gone against him. And so the final frame of this session becomes absolutely pivotal for the Welshman. If he can win it, then he's achieved what he set out to do at the start of the afternoon, and that is to win the session. But if Wilson wins it, he'll have taken a share, and that is plenty good enough for him.
43.
The red next to the black will go if he misses the red on the cushion.
$46. $47.
We talk about Jack Jones' temperament, his resilience, and, well, it's been phenomenal, really, throughout the last 2 World Championships. But, of course, it's a major asset, always has been, of Kyren Wilson's. That's why he's always thrived here at the Crucible, former finalist. Multiple semi-finals, quarter-finals. He has what it takes between the ears to prosper here, as he's proving once again.
54.
And he's now within 4 frames. Jones steeling himself for one last big push
60.
this afternoon.
62.
Yeah, he attempted a long red, didn't he, Jack? Missed it. Blue was sat there over the pocket. Just little things like that. But full credit to Kyren Wilson. Trying to nudge the black out. Wants them all.
69.
Good shot.
$74. $80.
Kyren Wilson clears the table with 87 to move 4 clear again with 1 to come in this session. A huge frame. Wilson leading 14-10. Thoroughly enjoying embracing this occasion. He'll enjoy it a whole lot more if he can win this frame and with it the session to give himself a real chance tonight. It's not impossible at 15-10 down. One of the great finals here at the Crucible 2018. John Higgins trailed Mark Williams by that deficit and managed to wipe it out from 15-10 to 15-all before Williams, of course, eventually won 18-16. But if Jones could win this frame, 14-11, Joe, just feels so much more achievable from a 3-frame cushion.
Yeah, absolutely. So what a big frame this is, as the one last night was. And he had a chance to win it. Kyren Wilson needed a snooker in that last frame, managed to win it. Otherwise, this final could have been a lot closer. Looking at a possible plant there. Seem to remember Ken Doherty being something like 15-9 down to Paul Hunter. And made a recovery. What about that? He's just got hold of it too much. He played the safety, and look at where the cue ball was had he missed the red. He really got hold of this one. There's not many people that can screw a ball like that, I can tell you. Our old friend Jimmy could. A little bit unfortunate, you know, because he deserved to be on a colour from that beautiful red he's just played. But he's done the next best thing, got a good cue ball.
Little tap on the table from Wilson. What a battle this final has become. At one stage it looked like being a procession. Jones had other ideas. He's turned it into a terrific spectacle, whatever happens from here on in. Last night's session was thoroughly enjoyable and utterly gripping, not least that final frame. What a finale it was. And there could be plenty more to come tonight.
And this frame will go a long way to see us into an exciting final night. Red caught the yellow. Yeah, both players know the importance of this frame. He's looking at taking this long red onto the left corner. The black's available, but so is the two reds next to it. So if it doesn't go in, he could be in big trouble. Brave shot. He's in trouble.
We've seen some great long pots from Jones, but that one missed by a margin. In fact, he hit the wrong side of the red.
He's got a hope. Kyren Wilson breaks down. He's got 5 reds, out in 6 reds out in the open before he needs to go into that pack of reds.
Six. 7.
Back in 1991, we saw John Parrott play, by his own estimation, the best session of his career when he beat Jimmy White 7-0
16.
and nursed that exact lead to the line. And that's what Kyren Wilson has been doing since building that big lead. He's just been able to keep Jones at arm's length. Twice the Welshman has got to within 3 today by winning the first 2 frames of each mini session. And twice Kyren Wilson has responded.
21.
Yeah, he's the wrong side of the blue, but he's got a red in the baulk area. So I'm not too concerned.
$26.
He's hoping he gets another chance.
$27.
Just a little short of pace there.
32.
For either red. And that's pretty good. This session, 93%. But he's missed one. He's got away with it, but at this stage of the game,
32.
Jack Jones is pleased he's missed. Wasn't ideal on the red. I did say he was a bit short of pace. You expect him to pot them. You expect him to pot everything. But of course he can't, can he? Keep leaving yourself tough shots. Eventually, you are going to miss one. Maybe a chance of getting in behind the brown if he can catch it thin enough. Well, that's not far away, is it? Yeah, very, very unfortunate. Great attempt. Another good safety, trying to get in behind the green. Just a little pacey, allowing Kyren Wilson to play the return safety. Just had a look to see if the red will go into the left corner. And it will. Good attempt. Now maybe a chance here for Jack Jones. All these shots very tough at this stage of the game though. If you miss it, you could be 15-10 down.
%47 in all in this final from long range, what he wouldn't give to knock this one in.
Good shot. Excellent shot. Surely he's on the black. Surely he's on it. And he is. The body language says he is. So, great chance this. 14-11. Sounds a lot better than 15-10, doesn't it? No, it's too high.
Jack Jones, 1.
Having seemingly done the hard work with the great red, that's what the Crucible can do to you.
Yeah, pressure, that's all it is, pressure. He was handling it so well. There's no reason why he would miss that except a bit of pressure. A lot of pressure.
If Wilson does go on to become world champion tonight, there'll be a few what-ifs in the mind of Jack Jones, not least the final frame last night when he looked nailed on to win it.
1.
And that Miss Black could prove so important. Assuming Kyren Wilson, already 31 in front, can make him pay.
He'll be pleased to see that red go on the cushion as well. That stops the clearance. If Jack does get a chance.
9.
Or hinders it, anyway. Yeah, he knows these should have been his.
16. $17.
A little short of pace there, but he should be okay. No, just a little heavy.
22.
52 ahead. Needs 2 reds still. It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Kyren Wilson,
The pressure
22.
is being cranked up, isn't it? Shot by shot.
Chance here. It was a shot before, wasn't it, when he finished the wrong side of the blue, but still fancied him just to pop the blue, come down for that red that he played. Now, what has Jack got left? They're all there except for 1 red.
And once again, this is a chance, I'm sure, sitting in his chair, stewing on that Miss Black he didn't expect to get. But you've got to be ready in your chair mentally, however difficult it is, just in case you do get a reprieve. Alan McManus talks about the work that you do in the chair when you're not at the table, just as important as what you do when you're on it. The need to keep absolute concentration, because in this sport, particularly here, you just never know what's going to happen next.
Well, that's where matches are won and lost, sat in that chair. And the ones that can keep their own positive attitudes when things are going against them, they're the ones that win eventually. He's got a chance to get right back in this game now. These 3 reds will certainly help. He's thinking about bringing that red into play, but I wouldn't advise it. Well, he played it well. The yellow would suffice.
You cannot overestimate the degree of pressure out there right now. Anything and everything is missable.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't advise knocking the red off the cushion, because there was no guarantee of being on the yellow ideally, or the black.
Is that Miss Yellow the moment when Jack Jones' realistic chances of turning this World Championship final his way receded to the point where now
6.
it's going to take something Herculean this evening. The frame
7.
is Kyren Wilson's, and he's done what I'm sure he would have been quite happy to do when they shook hands this afternoon, share the session. That's all he's got to do. Tit for tat, and he'll be champion. And Jack Jones, as well as he's played,
40.
and try as he might, has not been able to make a dent in that 5-frame
15.
deficit that he faced after the drama of last night.
$22. 24.
Twice Jack Jones has been too clear in this session. Twice Kyren Wilson has hit back to share it.
27. Kyren Wilson, 27 on the
For Kyren Wilson, the dream is beginning to look like a reality. The Warrior is just 3 frames away from conquering the Crucible. Jack Jones has continued to fight for all he's worth, but he hasn't been able to dent that lead. Wilson, 15-10 to the good.
Thank you to 26th frame. Kyren Wilson to break.
Session 4, the final session of the World Snooker Championship final here in Sheffield. Kyren Wilson needs 3 more and he's the champion. Jack Jones has had the torment of his life. And there have been times in this final, having gone 7-0 down, where he's played really well. He's put Wilson under pressure. A couple of frames here and there that he could have won that he didn't have made the difference. He needs clearly the night of his life here. And he does have a chance straight away.
I haven't seen Kyren break off and leave that red barely in the entire championship. Often his break-off shot has been absolutely perfect, but not there. If he is going to perform anything, he's got to do it now, I think. The comeback's got to come immediately. I think he's gone perhaps too far on this red to make it nice. I think with a trace of right-hand side, he might be able to square it, make it a straighter angle. That is annoying, isn't it? Because he played the green so well. He's just over-screwed. I think he's going to have to play this. Straighten the angle. Cue ball ran and ran. Tough shot. Beautiful shot. That is such a good shot.
Yes, and he's going to get a lot of support, of course. The crowd love to see a close finish. These early frames are going to tell us whether it's likely or not. Of course, he was 7-0 down. I mean, at that point, we wondered whether we'd get to this final session.
12.
But he dug in last night, and again this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually 1 all on sessions and 1 level at 4 each, aren't they? But the one that he lost was such a heavy one. He just didn't get into the final until Kyren was just knocking everything in. But he's done ever so well, I think, since then. The odd time when he's forced the ball, just that extra bit of pace he's had to put in, is when he's missed them. His accuracy is gone. He missed one into the left corner earlier, red, by a long way when he had to really force it. When he's playing them at a more comfortable pace, he doesn't miss anything. Yeah, I mean, if there is good news, he didn't get on the red he intended. So that is a consolation prize anyway.
Yeah, Wilson has taken his chances well in this final. Some of them this afternoon, it's got to be said, were the openings were sort of handed to him by Jones making mistakes and breaking down. What a night it is for Kyren Wilson. He's always believed he would be world champion. That's true, but of course there's only one way of proving it, and that's to actually get over the line. And he needs 3 frames to do that tonight.
Foul and a miss. Kyren Wilson 4.
He definitely come around and have a look at this, because there's a red to the middle, albeit fairly narrow, but as you can see, there's not a huge amount of pocket opening to aim at.
Back.
Back is the verdict. So Jack Jones got really close to it, and where it's awkward, he's playing to swerve it initially, so it's hard to get the pace right when you're playing a swerve, not just hitting plain ball into 2 cushions onto the side of the bunch.
Okay, thanks.
I guess world champions come in all shapes and sizes, and right now Kyren has not been a world champion, but he could be on the brink. He's never going to be a touch player, Kyren. There's nothing for him to even need to be, but he's never going to be an O'Sullivan, a Ding Junhui, a Mark Allen, all about touch when he's in. He's got a ramrod straight cue action, and if he falls out of position and down that left side, just gets the rest out and knocks everything in with it. Yeah, it's extremely potent force the way he's been playing. Safety's excellent, long game very good. Temperament extremely sound.
Yes, he's had 4 centuries in this final, 8 half centuries, Wilson. Jack Jones yet to make a century, 9 half centuries from him. Ooh. Something just flying around. Thankfully Steve Maguire's not here, otherwise it might be in trouble.
Didn't go in cleanly, but it doesn't matter a jot really, does it? But he did get a nice nudge on the blue. Yeah, there's an argument that this final, Jack Jones would have gone up in people's estimations even more, I think, than what he'd achieved to that point. Shown great character and resilience in this match, because he didn't look like he had another big match in him at the very beginning. And yet he's regrouped. He's an absolutely superb competitor. Tremendous mental fortitude, I think, for someone so inexperienced at this level.
Yeah, of course, that frame last night, the last one, where Wilson got the snooker one after the black ball battle, it clearly made a big difference to, I'm sure, how he felt, Wilson, that is, leaving the Crucible last night. 11-6 rather than 10-7. Well, he's just lost the cue ball here.
Yeah, occasionally he does that. He just slightly decelerates. So the spin he wants to keep on the ball has come off by the time he's hit it, and he meant to play on the red to the right corner there. Disappointing that for him.
Jack Jones 13.
Well, he's opened them up. Problem is, at this stage of the final, he's got to cut out all errors, really. And also, you suspect we'll need a bit of help from Wilson if he starts to feel it.
The bottom line is he's been in twice with good chances, Jack Jones, this frame. He hasn't really made anything of them. So has he got one last push in him or not? I mean, if he didn't have anything left, he wouldn't hold it against him, or it wouldn't change anything about how he's played. He's been an absolute revelation.
Yeah, it's been worked out that if you count the qualifying, and obviously his matches here, he's played something like 44 hours of snooker in this World Championship, so it's nearly 2 days. Obviously, Kyren wasn't involved in qualifying, so he hasn't played anywhere near that.
This looks pretty good. Not quite slipping in behind it. But that is, as I say, with Kyren Wilson, where his game is still strong, I think his safety, especially in that match with John Higgins, I felt, his long game and his safety was outstanding all the way through.
Well, the red to right middle is blocked by the pink, but there's one to left middle.
One.
Tried to thread the cue ball around the back of the black there.
Kyren Wilson 1.
Needs a bit of help here. This is not bad at all. You just know sometimes on those shots that he didn't play it, and there's a little rueful smile from the usually poker-faced Kyren Wilson, because he knows that we all do that he didn't play there, he played to the cushion, and then you get right behind the yellow, and of course you wouldn't want to play that, because if it was anything but a direct hit, as we saw there, then you leave a red on. So now it's finished there, all the better for Jack Jones.
Well, look at the reds. I mean, they're very inviting, aren't they, for Jones at the moment? Not so much for Kyren Wilson, in a bit of a pickle. We've seen players before now in this scenario just give it a whack. I think that's what he's doing.
Yeah, He's just giving it a big yahoo. And he kind of said sorry, didn't he? As if he sort of knew he was going to, something good was going to come of it. But yeah, I actually think there's a little bit more pragmatism in that than what you think. You know, if you can't see a route, if you're hitting balls around the table, one might go in. It didn't quite happen, but he's not left an easy starter. This is not easy to get up for a colour off. That cue ball absolutely flew back down the table.
They all feel like big shots for Jack Jones right now. This black included, playing back for Reds. Has to get it. Nearly went in off, but he's okay. I thought it was interesting last night, the way he entered the arena. He was nervous on the first afternoon, and he had every right to be, but he came out, he was waving to people, smiling, played a lot better, and we saw similar tonight when he was introduced. You know, you've got to try and enjoy an experience that you've spent your whole life dreaming about, even though he is trailing.
Yes, I mean, last year's one thing, he got to the quarters and he was an absolutely superb competitive match player. But there was this sort of, somewhere in the back of people's minds, people thought it may be a one-off. Clearly not the case. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, the chances have come his way this frame. And I think now he's at the mercy of Kyren Wilson with a really good chance of just polishing off the frame. He has had 3 really great opportunities.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment. He knows he's at the point of no return really in this match. Trying to put pressure on, but you're not going to do that missing. I was thinking about Wilson coming in last year. He'd just been in the Tour Championship final where he played brilliantly in that event and was being talked up. John Higgins dismantled him 13-2 in the second round. Of course, he beat Higgins this year in the quarterfinals. I think that was a big win for him, just to sort of banish the ghosts of last year. Wasn't talked up at all this year because his form hasn't been there.
Well, it certainly pulled out one of the more difficult reds. If he wanted to, you know, he could actually play the cue ball onto the red up below the pink here and also develop that. He didn't have to play it. Yeah, there's always a tendency players are not always so committed to doing that, but in winning this frame, he will need that right-hand red. So when is he going to bring it into play or pot it? Maybe late in the day or now off the pink. That's the other way. Well, I hope he doesn't regret this because he has the chance to move that red right now off the pink. And I think when you're behind it feels often like you're just delaying the inevitable. You can get the lead in the frame, but the red on the cushion is key, especially if it stays on the cushion and isn't knocked
15.
out.
That was the miss from Jones when he was nicely in. And now this frame feels like it is about that last red.
23. 30. $31.
Well, here's another chance. I think he has to play to get the red out now.
38.
I mean, the pink is a possibility as a colour if the cue ball ends up not on the black or in the middle of the table.
$39.
Well, it doesn't need any words, does it, that? He's put it safer. And I don't think he's on a colour very well. Amazing. There might be a way of moving out here. The bump of the middle pocket is in play here, though, as well. So often that happens.
44. Kyren Wilson, 44.
Well, Jones obviously relieved that the missed pink hasn't cost him the frame. These are big moments, aren't they? He's trying to get a foothold in the session. And Wilson is trying to ease a bit of the pressure by pulling away even more. Remember, it was 13-10, so Kyren Wilson won 2 big frames to conclude the afternoon session.
Well, he definitely overhit that, and it's an easy thing to do when the pressure's on, the adrenaline's pumping. He hit that miles too hard. There was no need to play at that sort of speed, but it's just called pressure. Just on the feel of this frame, it just feels as if Jack Jones is going to do well to win this, but maybe there was one last push in this frame, a frame he should have won on more than one occasion. Kyren might feel a bit unlucky not to have won it at his last visit. But I think with Jack, you know, if he could somehow scramble his way over the line in this frame, against the odds as it seems, maybe there's still something left. It might just galvanise him a little bit for what's to come. If he loses it, well, it appears there's not much way back from there, especially given he should have won the frame. Anyway, he's played a lovely shot there, typical of the man. Yes, he should hit it, but with the yellow and green there, it's hard to know where anything's going to finish with any certainty. Red could easily hit one of those two balls. Or they could come in his favour, as they have.
Foul. And a miss. Kyren Wilson, 4.
It could have been worse in some ways, you know. I mean, he'd probably put him back in, I should think, unless he particularly fancies this.
Back in.
But,
Please, guys.
you know, from that shot that he missed, anything could have happened again. He's just hanging on in this frame by his fingertips. Jack Jones,
Just
he's
2 balls next to the yellow, in fact.
just hoping for something.
2 balls next to the yellow.
Paul Collier refereeing his last ever session of snooker because he's retiring from the refereeing game. He's going to take up a role as tournament director with World Snooker Tour.
Just take a
Presentation was made to him
maybe
shortly before we began.
towards you. Yep.
Everyone here, whether they're playing or officiating or commentating or watching as paying spectators,
Keep going.
can feel the excitement, the tension of this great theatre, this great championship. That extends when you go outside the venue and pubs and restaurants all around. And I met some fans last night. They got their tickets for next year already. They went on sale yesterday. They were very happy to get tickets for the final and various other sessions.
No, not through it. No. No. You needed to be more this week if we're going to get through it. Yeah. Okay? Yeah, Kyren? Thanks.
Well, that is possibly the killer blow in the frame and, you know, possibly even the match. I know he's not on the brink of winning, but he's on the brink of going 6 up again.
Yes, it would be for the first time since he led 10-4 last night.
One.
He's got a slightly ticklish shot here. Which way did he get onto the yellow? With the green there, it's stopping him playing very easily on the yellow into the top right, the green pocket, in case he went behind it. It's not a simple positional shot. Played it as safe as he could have done, so this really feels like the last shot of any degree of difficulty rolling this in. Gave it every chance. Great shot. Not a classic frame, but a very significant one, I think. One that Jack Jones knows he could have won.
Yeah, I mean, it was one thing to be in that snooker, but of course the pink was the key ball. He'd had a couple of chances actually before then, but he missed that pink to the middle, and that turned the frame certainly in Wilson's favour. Remember, Kyren Wilson
14.
in the final, his previous appearance here in the final 4 years ago, was beaten 18-8 by RonnieO'Sullivan. But now he's 2 frames
Kyren Wilson,
from becoming
14,
champion.
and the frame.
Jack Jones needed to make a good start. He hasn't done. And Kyren Wilson ploughs on here at the Crucible into a 16-10 lead.
The 27th frame. Jack Jones to the break.
For someone like Jack Jones, that was like a slow death, wasn't it? Because it was always going to go in, but only just make it from a long way out.
Yeah, you sort of see the player stand up at this point and then slowly have to sink back into their seat. The kiss wasn't bad either, actually.
You made the point, and I know that what you say is right, that Kyren Wilson has always believed he'd be world champion, but there were a lot of people over the years that also believed they'd be world champion that never did.
Fine.
So that is one thing, and it's nice to believe, but he has put that belief into a lot of practice, hasn't he, to get to this point in his life. And you can't deny him this because, you know, the work that goes in, the cue action, quite grooved. Maybe not the most gifted player ever, but what difference does that make? I don't mean it in a bad way, because some of the players with the ultimate gift aren't always prolific winners. Some are, but some are not. He's had a lot of big breaks this season. Even in defeat, he was always knocking breaks in. I suppose it was only a matter of time before everything clicked into gear for him. This shot's not gone right, though. Keyboard just went too far. This looks a bit quite unpleasant as well, doesn't it? For Jack.
Kyren Wilson 11.
Well, has he got away with this? Kyren Wilson comes round, scratches his head. There you go. Well, Jones needs every bit of help he can get right now, including from Lady Luck. What a great picture it is. As I say, these two grown up, obviously watching the World Championship, dreaming of playing in the final. Wilson's been in it once, but it was COVID times. There wasn't a full audience. Yeah, made the plant nicely. There it is again. You can see how far the reds are apart.
You can see what he was trying, but of course the problem's always going to be the other red. He's a bit unlucky, really, isn't he? He's finished right in line, but I suppose the problem is the red has to go somewhere down that channel, so... It's a bit... Things tonight have been a little awkward for both players. The balls haven't quite run. The pressure and the tension, of course, is huge. Goes without saying.
Blue ball.
It's a great effort, and also I suppose he thought he might cover the pocket with it on that red, but it's a nice opportunity when someone gets in. Blue over one pocket, black close to the other. Where's the first red of those coming from, though? It could be that the black is allowing it to be quite a big pocket. He might go for the red here, you know. This left-hand red, in on straight or off the black. Oh, good shot. Good shot. It's a big pocket, they call it. There's two ways of potting it, directly or by using the black ball.
Six.
Well, the Coronation will have to wait. Wilson was in, but took on that tough blue, and now Jack Jones is in, as he was in the first frame of the night. He's just developed a reputation in this championship for not going away. Just when you think it's a match too far, he seems to find something. He did against Trump, he did against Bingham.
Yeah, I have him down as a modern day,
Seven.
really tough Welsh player. You know, you're the likes of Terry Griffiths, who won here in '79, Doug Mountjoy, former finalist, really, you have to just scrape me off the table sort of player. Try as hard as they possibly can. He's in that mould.
Well, he was discovered, or his talent was, by another Welsh player, Darren Morgan, who reached the semis here 30 years ago. And Darren runs a club, and actually today
13.
he gave some of the youngsters there free practice to say, look, this is what Jack's achieved. Come along, have a go, see what you think. It might be the sport for you.
$14. $19. $20. 26.
There's a real hush here in the Crucible because if there's to be anything in this match still, and there's still a chance of that, it might have to originate from this leave. I thought that the red by the black initially was potable. I don't think Jack believes it does.
32.
Got a little glimpse of it, and I thought at first that it went, but I don't think it possibly can, or else surely he'd have played it.
$33.
That'll do nicely.
40. $41.
Well, he mustn't play on the red below the black here because he absolutely doesn't want to risk missing it. If he was behind, he might think about playing on it. He just about, cue ball limps its way up to the required area, but only just
48.
made it.
$49.
This black will mean there's 40 in it, so red colour again. He could play on the low red, but he really doesn't want to be doing that.
$56.
Yeah, this is typical Jack Jones, really. Quiet efficiency. Needs 2 more pots here to win his first frame of the evening. Father on the right there, Colin. He's been stoically in his corner this whole match. Of course, his whole life supported him. And isn't his son doing him proud? Again, resilience is the word, I think.
Yeah. Very durable, all those words that
62.
basically mean you're tough and you're almost impervious to the pressure and the strain of it all. He's done well here because he did look a little bit like he'd run his race, I thought, in the opening frame of the evening. But I think we've all done that, and we're all guilty of thinking that there was nothing left for him. Don't think Kyren ever took it lightly, playing this man. He's not that well known outside of the game, and quite honestly, not hugely known about inside of the game. I heard other leading players said they didn't know a great deal about him. That would be rare in snooker.
$71.
Well, we're in a theatre, but the script of this match is being written frame by frame. We don't know the outcome. We don't know the ending.
Yeah, and sometimes you think you know the ending, don't you? But it doesn't always go that way.
78.
Well, he can now make his first century of the final. That would get a big
80.
cheer here. There's no doubt. And it's nothing against Wilson. The crowd here, they paid their money. They'd love to see a close finish. Of course they would, to the World Final.
83. $87.
Yeah, you mentioned, of course, last year when the same scoreline with Luca Purcell and Mark Selby. Luca went 16-10 up, and then Selby rattled off 5
92.
in a row to make it very dramatic. This was a terrific red. I mean, you may think, well, that looks a bit reckless or dangerous, but not really. Big pocket. And this has been a really top-class break.
Well, this is what he needs, isn't it? To be winning frames in a single visit. Jack Jones' first century of the final. Wilson's lead cut to 16-11. Does mean an uncomfortable 15 minutes maybe for Wilson, who still has a healthy lead. Key thing about that frame is Jones didn't falter when the chance came, which he had done in the first of the night.
Beautiful striking. And at a very opportune moment that's come for Kyren. If he needed a little confidence boost after sitting out a century. So, in first. Chance to fill his boots here.
Seven. Eight.
I think what Wilson has definitely always had is hunger.
15.
He was on the tour for a season 2010 when you didn't get a 2-year card in those days. He dropped off. He went to Q school. He actually played Jack Jones twice in the Q school. Neither of them actually got their places through it that year. Kyren spent 2 years working in the snooker club behind the bar, resolving to improve, get back on and stay on and rise the ranks. And he did that pretty rapidly. He played here 2014. 18 months later won his first ranking title in Shanghai
23.
and became a top player. Lovely shot.
24.
He's got them open. So Jack Jones made a century, but Wilson has got himself into a nice position here already
31.
in this frame.
Yes, and the feature of that Jack Jones break was not only the break building, but the fact he would not be rushed. You know, he occupied the table for long enough to make Kyren Wilson think that it's my turn, I'm going to do the same, I'm just going to stay at the table. And there's
32.
no reason to believe he won't make a lot of leeway here. What a chance he's got. The opening red was superb.
$37. Wow.
Wow, what a twist.
Jack
Is it the
Jones
pink?
6.
Goodness me, what, can you believe that? The pink doesn't even look like it's in the way, does it? It looked like the red was sort of in front of the pink. Well, that's a little bit of a real surprise, big surprise even. I don't know if he wasn't aware of the pink being in the line of the shot because it was covered by the red. The first red that maybe was in his eye line. I would say that's a very unusual way to foul.
What? Six. Seven.
Well, Wilson had got the balls open very early and given himself what looked like a great chance, but it passes to Jones. It must be as surprised as anyone what happened there.
$14. $15.
Well, it definitely hurt Wilson if he had played his last shot in this frame and it was that foul. Yes, we know he's got a healthy advantage, but I mean, that was such a wonderful chance he'd given himself. It seemed hard to think he wouldn't
20.
win the frame there. Never mind, hit the wrong ball on the way through. $28. $29. I think he's just gone far enough on the blue. I was used to sitting in my chair, watching my opponent, watch where their cue was lined up to the opposite middle pocket to find out if they had any angle. I think you'll see that it just top side, there it is. Means he's got something to play with on the angle.
$34.
Now again, it's important that he can get the right position on the blue from this shot. Absolutely A1.
35. $40.
The decision is to run through onto the black or, again, up for the blue. But even though the table's good from here on in, the slight complications, those two reds on the left, they might just get in the way of him playing on the one by the pink. So What does he do here? Oh goodness, he's done the wrong. He's made the worst mistake you can make there.
Jack Jones 40.
He had that all on his mind. All he had to do was play up on the blue. And he's chucked away. What a chance. He put a right-hand side on this. He took a risk.
One.
He's furious with himself because he's running out of time. Could have landed a real blow there.
He just can't stop thinking about the shot he played.
8.
The decision he made.
Well, the Wilson family pensive but happier now. Their lads at the table. This final could have been a lot closer. There's been some key frames. Of course, the last one
15.
last night. There's been a couple today.
$16. $22. $23.
Blue, yellow, green is what he needs. Good grief.
Has he snookered himself? Surely he hasn't done.
28.
You know, I think he has. He must have done. I think he just thought he's going to go a little bit too far, but not behind the brown. He's desperately looking for a way. He might be able to do it with a little bit of right-hand side. That's a big mistake, to be honest. He could have played in and out of bulk. He wanted a hold, but the angle was wide. Very interesting. Both players made a decision which was...
Wilson 28.
They were in two minds what to do. He could have held or played through bulk and back up. He took the route to hold. It was not dissimilar to the Jack Jones decision to play on the black, not the blue. And it's only pressure that has made them make the wrong call. Well, this is huge, isn't it, if this goes in? Goodness me.
Sure, Jack Jones can't believe he's even had a chance at the yellow, but it stays out. Runs safe.
Conscious effort to knock the black off its spot, I think, making the clearance more awkward from Jack.
Yeah, it's a full ball snooker, this.
Foul. And a miss. Kyren Wilson 4.
Ultimately, it probably won't make any difference. He's got to be a bit careful here because still, even though the green is there, he could still go in off into the top right pocket. Could swing past the green and then go in there if he hits half ball on the yellow. Well, he's played it well. He's played that ever so well. The frame lives on, very much so.
You can just see a bit of the yellow coming off the top cushion. It's a bit of a test for him right now. I mean, he only needs 23 in front, so yellow and green, but he's had 2 golden chances already to win the frame. In terms of his mindset, if he doesn't, then, you know, it's a big test. Well, now, with the in off, Jones can only tie.
I think Kyren Wilson will be very relieved because, like you say, the 2 chances he had, I never thought for 1 second he'd miss either or fail to take either. And yes, he could still lose the frame to that man. Jack could take it on a respot. I just feel that that in-off has just eased the pressure somewhat on Kyren Wilson. Increasingly more difficult to make the clearance where the balls are now going. Pink and black, decidedly awkward from here. Well, it's a difficult shot, this yellow. He can get to it. Good goodness me, look at the queuing into these not so generous pockets this year. Yellow to green, it would be a very good shot. Oh, that's just superb. That is such a beautiful shot. It never touched the sides.
Five.
Well, you know where this is all leading, don't you? The black along the cushion, only to force the respot, but this yellow, lovely striking.
Nine.
Well, he's gone too far. It mightn't be the end of the world. Of course, he'd like to have not had the problem of taking the cue ball around the angles. Doesn't want to go too far on the pink, so he can't get to the black.
14.
Well, Wilson's going to come out to the table. The question is, will it be for the respot or before that? We're about to find out.
20.
Yes, he must only roll this. It's just no other shot but to drop this in. it doesn't go in, then frame over, but you've got to give it every chance on these tables.
Real murmur went round the crucible there. Everybody knows what a big shot this is. It's looking good. It's looking good. So the black comes back on to decide the frame. He potted a fantastic yellow, didn't he? What a clearance. Again from Jack Jones. He will just not go away. Kyren Wilson had 2 gilt-edge chances, though, to win that frame. Caught the pink, potting that red, or trying to pot the red, and then lost position on the yellow. He's looking thoroughly fed up as he's asked to pick a side of the coin. Here we go. Respotted black.
So black to the right cushion, cue ball to the left is the norm these days. Never quite know what to do here. He could almost play the double to the left corner, but in the same process trying to just put separation between the balls. I mean, if the double went in, I mean, you'd bring the house down, I think. But the Kyren Wilson break-off on the respot was pretty well played, has to be said.
Well, they had an epic battle, didn't they, last night? Last frame of the day on the black. But Wilson ultimately won. Any chance, though, for Jones to win this title, he's got to win this battle.
I think he might have got a double kiss there, you know. What a chance.
Well, he potted that ticklish black along the top cushion. He's got a long one here to pull one back a frame. Kyren Wilson could have won twice. Not to beat at that attempt, anyway.
Well, he's had his chances now, hasn't he? I mean, they both have. I didn't see him missing that one. He has knocked it safe, though, as if it just couldn't end just yet, could it, this frame? It's been an absolute epic. And you just wonder now if it is going to be a repeat of last night. What a chance this was. The black actually almost left the bed of the table there. Well, that's the classic way of playing it. Perfectly done.
This is close. This is close. It's in. Wow. He coolly lays his cue down on the table. What a dramatic finish to the frame. A rueful look from Jack Jones. He's got it all to do now. He's trailing 17-11. So the point of no return.
Thank you. Frame
for Jack
29.
Jones.
Jack Jones to break.
17-11 in arrears in this race to 18.
Yeah, you kind of felt that that black was just always going to go in from an early point, as if it was heading only one way. And Jack Jones still laughing up to his balcony with his family and friends up there. Kyren has really felt it, you know. I mean,
Jack Jones full.
Had that frame been won by Jack Jones, is really, let's be honest, it should have done in the end. You know, you can see the pressure getting to Kyren actually, but the release of pressure now that he's just got one frame to win, surely.
The whole event is pressure, isn't it? From the minute you walk in the door on day one, the enormity of it. The Kyren would have been here for the media day. It's the one tournament you know the media, the wider media, take an interest in. The wider public take an interest in. They know you if you win this, and they remember if you don't.
Beautiful shot. It really is. That ball striking is as good as it gets to knock the other red out there.
Can you please make sure your phones are on silent?
Well, cheer up, Paul. You won't have to say that many more times when you retire. It's been a bit of a trial for the officials at times, this event.
8.
Just trying to get the phones switched off or switched on to silent.
9. $16. $17.
Well, I wonder if
Jack
that
Jones,
could be
17.
approaching the end of the matter. Kyren Wilson left with a very easy opener. Again, it's been the theme of some of these frames. It's been presented with great chances.
One. Eight.
The split could have gone better. He has a choice of a couple of reds, both with something very awkward about them.
Kyren Wilson, 8.
Well, all good things come to those who wait. He's having to be patient. The split didn't quite work out.
Very accurately played, wasn't it, to the middle? Perfect way to aim it, just at the top jaw, just went down very slowly. Got a red to the opposite middle, which is not easy, but it's easier than the one he just knocked in, put it that way. Well, he just missed the black off the spot, and this one, I guess, is missable also, and he's landing on any number of reds, so this has to go in. Must admit, when he first hit it, I thought he'd overcut that. It held its line surprisingly well.
Well, it's a chance for sure, a good one, but they're all there for him if he breaks down. They're all there for Wilson to get this tournament won. The black, yeah, well, I wasn't sure myself, but it went in. Can he take this final to the last interval? Someone actually asked me
24.
before the tournament who will be this year's Jack Jones, i.e. who will come out the qualifiers and, you know, maybe reach the quarterfinals. It turned out the answer was Jack Jones, so he's gone even further. Here he is on the last night. Incredible what he's done, what he's achieved.
$25.
Well, they're not all going in the middle of the pocket, but it doesn't make any difference, although it does
30.
leave you a little edgy watching it.
$31.
Black puts him 51 in front, and there's enough open reds to close the gap again. As I say, there would be an interval. A lot of people yesterday at 7-0 were sort of thinking there wouldn't be a session.
38.
They were planning exhibitions, all sorts of things.
39.
So this ball is
46.
frame ball. I guess life can be all about what ifs, and things could have been different. The two black ball frames that Kyren has won, the last frame and the concluding one last night, seem to have made a huge difference to things. And the fact that Jack was just not at the races early has to be said. He did trail 7-0, but Kyren was extremely good in those early frames. It wasn't all about Jack not being there.
52. $53.
Well, as I said earlier, he's just refused to go away during this championship. And again here, after the rather traumatic end of the last frame for him, he's come out and made a nice break. And it means there's going to be an interval. And if he wins the tournament now, he knows
58.
it'll be the biggest fairy tale ever. Not just for him to win it, but he would have made the greatest comeback ever.
59.
Wilson still needs one.
$66. $67.
The crowd were applauding it in on its way. Misses the blue, but crucially has extended the final. They are going to the interval. It's been a fascinating and exciting start to the concluding session of the 2024 World Championship Final. He's sitting down. I don't think he realises it's the interval, but it is.
Kyren Wilson to break.
Jack Jones didn't seem to realise there was an interval, but he did well to take us there. Break of 67 in the 29th frame. Wilson, though, still one away. These are the frame scores. He's had, of course, 4 centuries along the way. Wilson, Jones won tonight. A couple of real close frames, though, have made a big difference. A couple decided on the black.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy red. Nothing's going to be easy now. So close to the winning line. He missed it by a mile, and it's one of those forcing shots which has often caused him problems. I'm not sure exactly he's left a sitter. I don't know, did his hand slip? Sometimes his bridge hand might slip a little bit, because that is not a shot he'd really like to ever see again on replay. Yeah, all things considered, he's not finished too badly. And Kyren's got to play safe, remarkably, from that spread of the reds. One of the shots of the championship, I can tell you, and not only because of the way he played it, because it was on the back of probably the worst shot he's played all championship. He's some resilient player, isn't he? Remarkable, actually. I mean, that was such a great shot.
Eight. 9.
It's quite a revealing thing just put up on screen. Wilson's highest break tonight, just 44. Jones has had a century. Chance for another big break here.
Yeah, well, to be fair, Kyren has been quite vulnerable tonight. He has not played well, and
16.
You know, it's looming large that he might end up world champion. Maybe that pressure has made it worse. Jack Jones has put pressure on him the whole match.
17.
Well, maybe not the whole match, actually, because the early frames were one-sided. But ever since then, you know, he's done what he's done to everyone else. He's just been at them all the time. And he's found ways to bounce back. But this would be the ultimate in bounce backs, wouldn't it, if you could get this match won?
$24.
Well, I'm going to say it. He's still on the black.
Tell you what, of all the reds that he was likely to play, that was about the 5th or 6th on the list. He took a long time working out that that was the red to play. It was quite a hard red.
32.
It certainly opened up the path to the black into both corner pockets anyway.
33.
Just got far enough. But he'll be really stretching on this now. So this has got some difficulty about it. Played it well.
Well, of course, in the final last year, Mark Selby memorably made a maximum break, the first ever
40.
in a world final. It was a Mexican wave, actually, afterwards.
41.
A lot of work to do. As always, the frame's the important thing.
Well, never was winning the frame more important, I should think, because, you know, if he was to take a liberty here, then it's tournament
48.
championship over. So, yeah, absolutely, the frame is important.
$49.
You know, the shot here could be just to roll it in, get it behind that red along the cushion, even though it shouldn't be the one he plays on.
$56.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't much wrong with Kyren Wilson's shot. You saw the tap on the table from Jack Jones because of the fluke he had the time before, the get out, really. It's all history now, isn't it? You're knocking reds out,
57.
everything here. Playing every shot in the book. This opening red, I mean, I honestly think it was one of the best shots I've seen in the whole 17 days. Where does he find this from, this inner strength? I don't know how he does it.
64.
I think he looks one of the strongest players I've seen mentally for quite some time. Sort of
65.
Peter Ebdon-like, who was a champion here, of course. 2002.
So he needs a couple more pots to secure the frame. His highest break in tournament play, 143, Jack Jones.
$72.
Yeah, so the frame should be his, and now it's all about trying to make this maximum. Remember, there's a £40,000 bonus for anyone who can do it at the Crucible.
$80.
I must say, you spoke about the theatre and all the things that happen here. This would be the ultimate plot twist, wouldn't it? Something no one had thought of. Played the cannon, he still got a shot. But, of course, these four
88.
remaining reds make me think that even for Jack Jones and all his efforts, it might be a little too much. Frame's long since won, at least. That's in the bag. Well, I think the shot here is to try and knock the top red out on the right cushion and land on the bottom one. So the red just to the left as we look now by his bridge hand. Oh, he's played it, he's played it. Oh, he's done it in a very different way. Wow, that was almost perfect.
96.
Got to roll the red down the cushion now. I mean, from here, I've not seen a 147 attempt where the reds are so awkward now. It nearly happened.
Not to be. A valiant effort from Jack Jones. Ends at 96. He's pulled one back though. 17-13.
Thank you. The 31st frame. Jack Jones to break.
Yes, the 31st frame of a possible 35. He played what looked like a horror show of a shot, didn't he, in the last frame, Jack Jones? It looked like he left Wilson in amongst them. He hadn't. Left nothing. Wilson played safe. Jack Jones potted a great red, landed on the black, and then the drama of the 147 attempt that ended at 96. But he won the frame. Wilson, of course, led 17-11. It's now 17-13. Yeah, and the problem Wilson's got is tonight Jones is winning frames in a single visit. Made the century, made the 96, has a chance here straight away.
He's having a bit of trouble, isn't he, getting over the line, let's be honest. And not immediately have the chances come. And I think if he did get match ball, championship ball, I think he'd get it. But the process building up to it, he's just faltering a bit. Do you know, I think he thought he'd missed that. He gasped as if he'd missed the red. Kyren would have heard that and it wouldn't have cheered him up to see the red still go in. That's why we always say the pink is protecting the bunch. But between frames, you know, I'm not seeing him so relaxed and happy, having a little chat with people in the audience, Jack Jones, because he is still in the final, but he's also in the top 16. He's got £200,000. He's in everything, the champion of champions. You know, he's arrived. So no one really could deserve it more than him.
Jack Jones 6.
But that is the worst case scenario of tonight. All of those things.
Yes, and he will have experienced this great occasion, which not every player has done. Wilson, in stark contrast to Jones, who was laughing and joking with people, was just staring straight ahead. Hasn't quite got breaks going yet tonight. 44 is highest.
Fantastic. Forced into playing it. Beautiful. And he's on the black. I'm just looking at the black spot. It looks as if the black will go on there, and he's having a long look now and obscuring our view, but I think it spots, and then it's a question of does the red that he would like to play on, that's close to the black spot, then stay available. Well, he nearly missed it. The black, that is. So the path of the cue ball was unplanned.
8.
It's not an easy table. You can see the black is buried now when respotted. You just know that if the moment comes when Kyren does pot match ball and then is crowned champion, you know it's going to be emotional. You know the kind of guy he is. It's sure to be like that. But he's not there yet. Now this is a deliberate miscue. Oh, that looked like... Was that a legal shot, really? I honestly don't think that was a legal shot, you know. Could be my eyesight. All I'm saying is I felt it was a push shot. Anyway, I'm probably wrong. May not be too bad because obviously the red's available, but to get onto a colour from this red is all the wrong angles to do so. And you can, not if you could just smash the red in the middle of 100 mile an hour, because it probably will come out. You're trying to get position. Well, that is a very good shot indeed. Now he can go into the bunch from the blue.
Not quite the dream split. But he does have a red 2 right middle. Oh, and it stays out.
Kyren Wilson 6.
He has covered that red, though, to the middle. Could have been left an easier red than this. It's hard to say, though, that the stars aren't aligning for him, having fluked that black around the table to go 17-11 up. Oh, terrific red from Jack Jones. Pink looks like it'll be waiting.
Seven. Eight.
Well, the key to this frame surely is opening
13.
up that area around the black spot with the reds all crowded round.
$14.
It's kind of a moment where you could make 25, 30 more points from here and it would seem an awful lot. With those 4 reds lined up down the
20.
middle of the table by the black spot, none of them available. So if you're behind, how are you going to get back into the frame with those there?
21. $26.
I'm sure his supporters are thinking, if only he could have started the final like this. He was ill at ease yesterday afternoon, let's be honest, fell 7-0 adrift. Wilson was playing well.
$27.
Very tricky, this little shot. Oh, very nice. Beautiful. It's almost like people think that this is just a
33.
in defeat, sort of a last rally, but you know, you wouldn't put anything beyond him, would you, Jack Jones? You know, a couple of frames he lost, one tonight, one last night, which should have really been the end for him, but no one has told him this.
$34.
So the last loose red until
40.
he needs to disturb the 4, and if he can get a nice split, he may well have pulled another one back.
41.
Maybe just off straight on this pink. Not ideal.
No, but the points are mounting up, aren't they, in his favour? Top spin, around the angles. He was torn between the 2 cushioned way into them, which was a bigger target, or playing across 1 cushion. It was quite narrow, because all the reds are lined up down the middle there. Bottom line is, though, it's a handy lead. Not to say that with the colours all open, he can't get back into the frame. Behind the green is the plan. That's another wonderful shot, isn't it? Wonderful shot. There's one thing recognising the shots there, but then he goes and plays it perfectly.
No doubt Jones in this session is playing the better snooker, and he's keeping Wilson firmly under the cosh. Yeah, that was delicately done. That could have gone wrong. That could have been 17-14 easily.
Well, it's okay. He has left Kyren Wilson the chance to play an attacking safety shot himself here. You're going to spread the 3 reds, but if you can get the cue ball right down into a danger area in bulk, then he could find just an in the frame, way back. Not quite achieved it, and pushing the yellow safe has not done the job. Not with a deficit of 38 points. So at least he can free the yellow now and get the snooker behind the green, so that does change things somewhat.
So Jack Jones is in front in the frame by 37, but snookered here with 3 reds left. Wilson needing this frame to become champion. We haven't had a single ranking event this season whose final has gone to a decider. Just saying.
He's showing interest in his red down the cushion. Well, that's very good. Now, this is what I'm saying. Maybe the comfort break has just changed the mood a little bit. All of a sudden, something has emerged from nothing for Kyren Wilson to get the job done here. He's on the blue perfectly. He might have to nudge one of the reds, the right-hand red. And that will just play in by the black. No, it's not bad. Not bad.
Well, it's agony, isn't it, for the parents and the family and the supporters. We'll see them at the end for sure, if he can get this done. One last push for the line required.
Yeah, and well, turns out that he's not able to pot it.
Kyren Wilson 6.
Well, there you see it, 31 the lead, so Jones needs red plus brown or above to get to the snooker's required stage. Well, he really sized himself up, didn't he? He was furiously chalking the tip of his cue, getting ready to play the shot.
Yeah, I think Jack will have the shot here to pot this and maybe just retreat up the table. I know he wants a relatively high-value colour, but I think the red's not so easy that you can take the risk of bringing Kyren back into the frame. So I think if he pots the red, anything could happen. He could lay a snooker. Just might have to get the cue ball away from that area in trying to pot it. Well, he played it more positively than I thought. All credit. There's no running away from this Jack Jones. Going up the table. This is now giving him a high-value colour. All credit to him. Well, if he rolls this in, it's definitely his frame. It's a snooker needed anyway.
7.
But the disappearance of this red means another frame's on the board.
Well, he's really standing up to it, isn't he? And he's going for it, and this is getting a lot closer. 3 on the spin now. Wilson hasn't made a half-century break tonight. pressure gathering on his shoulders. Frankly, Jack Jones looks like he's enjoying himself. So, something on the table that he didn't like. And that black removes any doubt. Well, there's something flying around that he's just asking Paul Collier to deal with. There it is. Flew away. But Jack Jones is not going away. Certainly, if he can win the next 17-15, then that is anybody's match. That's one way to pot it.
17.
And the crowd are on his side here. They're cheering on the comeback.
20. $24.
And suddenly it's like Judd Trump's out there. What have he got for us here?
29.
Another frame to the Welshman. That's 3 in a row. Piling pressure onto Kyren Wilson to get this one. Still one away at 17-14. 17-14. It's one of those curious things about this tournament. If it had been 14 each and he was 17-14 up, he'd be feeling great. But the fact is it was 17-11. And he's had chances since, and he's not over the line in this final. Well, you can see the Wilson supporters are looking a little glum. They're still leading. He's still leading 17-14. This is where all the mental work is done. That's where it all comes in moments like this, to stay positive.
Well, still that very straight cue action stands in good stead, though. It's just that he's not making much of his chances now. Those sort of shots, he's been bread and butter all the way through. Those two reds could be made into a plant, but they're goodness, they're a long way apart. Can't think that's on his radar right now, unless there was no other route in behind a red. Well, that's a very good shot to finish there. He's not quite the angle on the red he would love. He'd just love to be just a ball's width lower than the angle of straight. Now he's got to just play the cannon. Now, is this the moment where he takes some kind of control over the frame? It would be a very early call to think that, but he is at least in first. Well, he's missed a rest shot, although I don't think that's not really about the rest shot, is it? It's just about finding the angle. Clearly it was with that implement, but he's got a few issues, hasn't he? Let's be honest. No point in pretending otherwise. He's been put under pressure and he's feeling it. He absolutely is.
Jones has eyed a plant to middle.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the red below it is just covering the natural plant angle. It's tight, isn't it? It wasn't on. It was not on. There was a red in the way. And it looked in the way, actually.
Another big shot for Wilson, black waiting.
Well, everyone's under pressure, including people who thought that was in when it wasn't.
Yeah, well-weighted safety. There's no rule about what order you take to get to 18. He was 7-0 up, of course. He did a lot of the damage yesterday. He did pull away tonight, didn't he? At one point there was 3 in it earlier today, 6 in it at 17-11, back to 3 again now. Just needs to run.
Foul. And a miss. Kyren Wilson, 4. Back. Okay, thanks. Foul. And a miss. Kyren Wilson, 6. Just have a quick look at that, please.
Well, it's just going to be a bit of adjusting
This red went down.
being done here. Red was shifted, obviously the pink as well. Tatiana Wollaston is helping him.
So the ball, the red that you moved,
Yeah.
half a ball towards the pink. Yeah, and then literally a touch towards yourself.
As long as it's close.
Yeah,
'cause
that
it
looks
doesn't-
close, yeah. And then the pink, quarter of the ball towards you. Touch more, more. And a bit more towards yourself. That's it, yeah.
Well, that was all sorted out by Tatiana very efficiently, as you'd expect, and quickly.
Okay.
Well, he's going to be warned,
Yeah,
isn't he? You
just
can see
look at it.
red
We'll have a
full,
look at it.
so that's going to be coming.
Those two reds look good. If there is another red
There's a little
move,
gap where the white needs to go forward a bit there.
the cue ball needs to go forward.
Yeah.
Half a ball forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reds are fine on there, so, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's got to be warned, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Kyren just sort of held 3 fingers up to remind him.
Didn't think he was going to remember with all the other things on his mind.
Well, the bottom line is, and this is how stark this is, he's got to hit a red, otherwise the final's over. So he's absolutely got to make sure. Otherwise, Kyren Wilson would become world champion in the most extraordinary way, on the 3 strikes and you're out rule.
It's left a ticklish problem here. I mean, obviously he could go for this red, but he's doing a whole world of damage potentially if it doesn't go in. I mean, he'd probably get it, but just all bets are off, aren't they, at the moment, as to what you could pot and not pot. Well done. It deserves to be on something. But this is the frame he needs to be world champion, and it's swimming through treacle. It springs to mind, doesn't it? Just getting it done. It's a horrible shot on the blue to keep the break going. I mean, again, if he misses it, he's leaving everything. The red to the middle would be very handy here. It's easier than a red to the corner. Now he has this chance to get away, pull away eventually, shake off Jack Jones.
Seven.
What a moment.
Yes, it's what all the work for many, many years has been for, to have the chance to become world champion.
I've no idea what he played there, because there's nothing on that left side that he even wants to be anywhere near. I'm sure he played to finish somewhere about 4 foot away from where he did finish, to pot one of the reds below the black into the left corner, and the cue ball's gone miles out, quite honestly. Sometimes difficult when the ball is close to the pocket to gain control over it, but he was a long way from doing that.
The scoring chance that didn't come to much.
He's lucky there. The cue ball's finished on the side cushion, because if it hits the yellow more of it, then he would fancy Jack Jones to pot this. From there, it's a very unpleasant shot, cueing wise. The drama's mounting all the time.
Well, the red did its best, didn't it, to drop. Black's gone safe, but blue and pink available.
One.
Well, his cue ball control has completely deserted him. That is understandable. I think he'll always be good with the rest. He'll always be good at hitting straight through the ball, but now he really has tightened up. And I think he's got the point now where he doesn't quite care how he wins this frame, as long as he ends up with more points than Jack Jones in it. That's all he cares about. The situation's getting quite serious. He's even missing with the rest. Well, I don't know if Jack Jones can get back into this frame, but if he did, well, I honestly think they could win the match then. But 29 behind with the balls where they are is a decent lead.
Yeah, that green with the rest, the sort of ball he's been punching in the whole tournament. All fluency seems to have gone this evening. Well, that white has just run to the cushion. I mean, the green is cuttable, but it's nasty.
Yeah, the key ball is heading in towards reds here, but it isn't a nice shot from underneath the cushion, as you're saying, because he wants to play it with a degree of pace, and you can lose your accuracy from the cushion doing that. I think he felt that he couldn't hit it as hard as he'd like to.
4.
Reds to middle, but he'd have to run through another red and be on the pink. Safe in the knowledge all the time that, you know, that he could be about to play his last shot, but that's been the case for a while now. The shot goes wrong. That goes.
Jack Jones 4.
Well, there's something good has come out of that for Jack Jones. He pushed the black out, and that is a ball that he could need in play. So some good has come out of a bad shot.
Apart from the odd cough, dead silence in this Crucible Theatre this evening, a venue that, of course, has witnessed so much drama over 5 decades. Kyren Wilson being tested on the greatest stage we have. Still favourite for sure, but still needs the frame.
Well, he's winding up to play this red down into the right corner pocket here. I'll be honest, I'm not fancying him to pot anything at the moment that's not over the pocket. Pressure's huge. It was a difficult shot, don't get me wrong. But and if you're a neutral, you'd like to see this go all the way. But it will be hard to stand, even for someone that's not got an interest in either player. He's playing the double here. He's playing it. Interesting shot selection. To be honest, it was quite a rash decision, wasn't it? To play the double. If you hit the far jaw, it always comes back towards the object ball. The cue ball and object ball close together. Wow, he's got another golden chance to just put distance between himself and Jack Jones in the frame. Whether that's to actually win it here, I don't know anymore.
Well, it's a definite chance of some sorts. Kyren Wilson, they say that, you know, the old saying, snooker, proficiency at snooker is the sign of a misspent youth. His head teacher gave him Fridays off to play at an academy to hone his skills. Are we tonight at his graduation ceremony? His family hopes so. He's opened the Reds up, so this is a definite chance now, if he can stay cool and in control of himself, to finally get this one.
Yeah, and this is where all those hours of practice, getting that grooved cue action that he's got, that it's so good. If it was ever for any moment in his snooker career, it's this very moment. He's only 35 in front, so you're backing yourself and your technique to do enough. It's what all those hours of toil are for.
11.
Not a great shot. This pink to middle is decidedly missable. Well, it's good, but not necessarily decisive.
17.
This next one feels like the big one, doesn't it? If he gets this, a definite chance to close it out. Very crisply done.
18.
Well, the family and friends really do go through it, don't they, up there on that balcony, probably sitting in the same spot that's been lucky for maybe the last 2 days or maybe 5 days of the one table, hoping that that luck will continue. He can see the winning line now. He's just got to stay at the table and just, whatever colour he takes, just take Reds off. And he's found it quite difficult to get over the line, but got this opportunity. Slightly in between, but he's trusty rest shot here.
22.
Which he won't mind reaching for the rest, because that's what he does so well.
Keeps looking at that scoreboard, almost willing it to tick over. It will do if you pot a few more balls.
23.
So it's 2 more pots, effectively, to get to the snooker's required stage. Jack Jones, what a tournament. He's put him through everything here in this final. Here we go then. This is the moment that he's been dreaming of his whole life. He always believed he could become world champion. If he pots this next red, barring snookers, he will be. The whole 17 days, plus all the qualifying before that, the whole month here in Sheffield has come down to this next shot. You cannot blame him for that celebration, because my word, he's been put under it tonight by Jack Jones, but he kept the belief, and there it is on the winning ball.
A big family man, and he's looking up there to his very proud family. Why wouldn't he? It's been tense.
Yeah, I'll have it.
Yeah.
But he feels that he's done all the work now, and of course if this next red goes in, then it's definitely the end for Jack Jones.
He barely has the energy to even come back to the table just for the victory lap. This tournament is so draining. It's not just about the 17 days, it's all the years, the disappointments along the way. He's lost in a final before now, lost heavily to Higgins last year. But from the off this year, he looks superb, and you can see the realisation dawning on him as every second passes now. He's looking up to his family, the tears are coming to the eyes.
Can't see anymore.
Yeah, he says, I can't see. His eyes are misted in tears. What a moment. Kyren Wilson has conquered the crucible. He becomes world champion for the first time, a lifelong dream realised for the Warrior, who had to show his mettle as Jack Jones came back at him, but he stood tall as his brother Taylor gives him a big hug, and now the tears really are flowing. And there, through good times, bad times, this is the best time. The iconic silver trophy is his.
Your champion, Kyren Wilson.
The Crucible acclaims Kyren Wilson, the 2024 World Snooker Champion.